What is up, y'all, and welcome to Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe and why, but the subjects have yet to come because we're about to get into the fun. Boop, boop, shoop, whoop, whoop. It's about to be summer. I'm getting a song. I'm getting new art. I am getting fired up. How is everyone out there? I'm going to try and get all the shout outs and the intros and everything in under 5 minutes so that we can get out there into the discords and talk with some theists. Man, all right. I do want to thank everyone for joining us out there on the intertubes. Sending also a shout out to my co-host out there, James W. But please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. I said it, YouTube. You can let them go now, because then you can hit that bell icon to all so you can see reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. Like, what's up, Loki? What's up, everybody? Keep on saying hi. I'll probably start to switch to showing people's names up as they greet, not to interrupt conversation. But yes, we'll give a few shout outs. Like I said, I hope everyone is doing well out there. It's almost summer. I want to do more content. I feel like there are many great skeptics out there, and we really need to continue to build that alternative community, because I keep on getting this feeling that if there is no alternative, that people just drift into I don't want to say drift into drifters, but I see rational skeptics going into what they view are lesser damaging religions, and yet I just don't see how that makes sense. It never makes sense to me how if one religion just has all this nonsense, that we would then go, okay, but this other religion, well, I mean, it's nonsense. Well, let's just look the other way. And that doesn't, if you go from Judaism to Christianity, Christianity to Judaism, Islam to Judaism, Islam to Christianity, Christianity to Islam, they're all different versions of the same non-truth. All right. I mean, what a great setup. If you disagree with me, feel free to please join us later, because I don't know. It shouldn't be a political thing, which I also think there's a sort of zeitgeist in a reactionary movement to what they would call new atheists. I don't think there's new atheists. They're just letting us live now. Isn't that neat? At least for now. Anyway, sending so much love out there to everyone, about all the people who support the show. You can send in super chats. You can join our channel membership with our evolving badge system. It triggers creationists, anything that tends to evolve. I was arguing with Muslims last night about, how could possibly be related to frogs. Do you really want to think of yourself like that? Is your great grandma a frog? Well, no, but yes, frogs and us and all living beings, organisms on Earth share common ancestry. We see where their divergence points are, not only in the geological column, but at this point within the genetic record, within our DNA. Nonetheless, sending love to all of our theist brothers and sisters and the atheists. Welcome, agnostic skeptics. You have your home here. Speaking of which, you could also send love to our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. It helps James W. and myself, keeps the light on, but also sending just final shout outs. And then I want to jump on there, hitting that finish line in the under 5 minutes, sending love to both Azo, reminding us that we have a Skeptic and Ranting community. Chris Disciple, Theist, welcome to the Skeptic and Ranting. You just got to be skeptical of your beliefs. Dale Pastel, we're looking for empirical evidence. We're not going to get it. Chances are we'll talk about it bunches of philosophical arguments because they're not going to want to give their theological feelings. What were we talking about? Davegar sending so much love, reminding us the Earth is round and 4.5 billion years old. Rachel Holen reminding us you could just go to a bar. You don't have to get slaves from the nations around you. Regos reminding us as we get time, we're doing our Skeptic Bible study. We're going through order. And of course, Ian Davenport sending love. Apologetic arguments tend to be nonsense, but don't take our word for it. Let's get into it. We are going to jump onto, and if it takes a second, then I'll just keep on talking. But here we go. All right. Please tell me if you guys hear everything okay, sound and stuff like that.
Hey, Amy, what's up?
Not too much, Taco. How are you?
Chilling. Doing well. Just hopefully we'll have Ix said he'll be here, I think. So.
Oh, cool.
Where he's at real quick, and then we can get started.
That sounds good. I like Ix because he is very thorough. He definitely knows how to talk to people in a way that he is well researched.
Very smart.
Indeed. How have you been, Taco?
I've been doing well. I've just been busy.
Yeah, same with me. I am almost done the school year, so I'm just waiting. Please, free time soon. As much as I love my job.
I'm building a team, and it's very challenging to find people that can do a specific job.
Are you allowed to? I feel bad asking now, but I'm almost curious if you could say what kind of team.
Are you streaming?
Yes, I am. So don't say that. Never mind. I can't help it. So I have two different types of backgrounds. I have a background in both IT and education. I'll probably do education for another 10 or 15 years, and then I plan on going back full-time to IT.
That would be fun.
Yeah. Welcome, Ramen. At least now, while they have it, they have great loan forgiveness programs, too, for teachers.
Teachers need it. They don't make enough money to pay back their student loans.
Yeah. And my goodness, I owe more than a house.
Now like people want to replace teachers with AI.
Oh my goodness. It's a complete misuse of what artificial intelligence is supposed to be. It's supposed to be this tool, but you can only fill that tool if you have humans. And the tool is only as good as the humans that you filter the data through. So you're always going to want, at some line, teachers, professors, academics, experts, people who know what they're talking about. But yes, I saw that too. I get papers now, unfortunately, sometimes in AI, and I have to gently remind them that you need to give an emergent process.
Like, if you wrote a paper and then fed it into AI to help you format better and maybe change some wording, I don't feel like that's a bad thing to make the paper more readable and coherent.
Well,
but if they're going and they're saying, "Hey, write me a paper on this," that's a totally different animal.
Exactly. And there is a proper way. If you really wanted to use AI and assistance, you could say, okay, now when you use Google has a built-in AI for almost every query. And so it's going to pop up a bunch of results, a bunch of information. The proper thing to do isn't to either have it write your whole paper or just copy and paste all the data. The proper thing to do is say, okay, this got me a whole bunch of data. Generally, the AI sources that Google produces will have links. They will have sources where that you can click, and you should read the data, try to absorb it, but then you have to go into Word and try to say what you learned. That is what learning is. And so truly, it doesn't matter what tool is that helps you, whether it's a book that was handwritten by humans or whether it's artificial information that you're pulling. However, no matter whether it's a book, whether it's the AI source, or whether it's the AI, you still have to check the sources. You still have to read the information yourself and then regurgitate it yourself. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ourselves. Yeah, I can't replace teachers.
Responding, so you want to just get started?
Sure, and
we can pull up.
We can always pull them in.
Yeah, and we can always pull other people up too if they want to come, like people that we know.
Yep, I'm up for that. Hope you're all having a good weekend, though. Almost summer. It felt like April, not to date this episode, but it's May. Or now it's June, but my goodness, the last month. It was not April showers bring May flowers. It's going to be May showers. Hopefully bring June flowers, I guess. And that's true too, Scott. You have to look at what the sources are. Because they can bring up bad sources.
I just did all the posts, so people should be popping in here in any minute.
Okay.
Unless I can't see the channel.
I'll tell you something interesting, Taco. Someone brought up how, the sources can be both good and bad. We once caught answers in Genesis feeding information into the Google AI. And so when it Googled a certain evolutionary answer or an abiogenesis answer, it would say something like, some people may have debates about this, and you would click on the source and it would link to answers in Genesis.
Oh, that's super funny. You can make different AI tools on like ChatGPT with like additional features or whatnot, and program to like target different sources and that type of thing. So just so you know, there's like Christian ones and Muslim ones that are specifically targeted to defend their faith, and so it gets kind of wild with all that.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot happening in that sector. Now, everyone, thank you for joining us for this week's Theist Helpline. It is June 1st. It's awesome having everybody here. We've got Amy Newman, who's got a YouTube channel, and she's awesome. Make sure you follow her on YouTube. She's linked in the Heathen Hangout room. And then Wiseape, who is a pastor. So he's going to pastor y'all some. Yeah, that's the introduction. We can go ahead and get started whenever y'all want to start raising hands. But Amy, what have you been up to? You got anything to tell everyone about?
Sure. So, sending love, like Taco said, feel free to join me and my co-host at youtube.com/Amy Newman. But I am almost at summer. That's where my head is about to be. So I'm just excited to be there. I do want to thank Taco for not only hosting us, but Wise8 for joining us. And I'm just going to put this on the table. God does not exist, and there's no good evidence for any gods, goddesses. Loving to message to Randolph. But if you have a different say, please come up and tell us what you believe and why.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Taco. And for the theist in the audience, remember, this is the Theist Helpline, and all theists need a pastor. So know that you have a pastor in Wise8. I'm here to pastor. Thank you.
Oh, looks like we got a hand.
Hey there.
How are you?
Oh no, what happened? What happened to the audience?
Maybe try
Good
to enable the side chat. That's why people are leaving. Because of the side chat, I suppose. That's what I want to say.
The side chat?
Yeah.
Show chat. Oh,
We
okay.
can test it. We have the separate side chat, but I can test that. But what's going on is aesthetic.
Oh, pretty much I'm an atheist, so yeah, I just wanted to point that out. I'm not a theist.
What's up,
at all.
Jeffrey? Gotcha.
So yeah. Enjoy, Amy. Like, I just wanted to point out for the side chat thing.
Oh,
Bye.
thank you. Gotcha. I'm looking at it now.
I'm adding it right now, so they can.
Oh, there we go.
Don't mind trying.
Can't
You should have it now, but yeah. So if there's any theists in the audience, feel free to raise your hands. Wise8, do you have anything to tell us about? I mean, you always have the most interesting stories. I mean, you literally call me on Discord like 3 times a week, updating me on all sorts of cool stuff. You got anything cool going on in the works with your pastoring?
Yeah, well, yeah, and off the back of your previous comment, right, asking if there was theists in the audience, we all know that that theists don't really exist. Um, it's a very inhumane thing to call somebody a theist, right? They're human beings. Like, why would you degrade someone's identity like that? Everybody is a human being first and foremost, and I don't know, I just feel like it's LARPing. So any theists that really need help with that, with finding their identity, if they've been mislabeled a theist, I don't know if it's something that we could work on. I'm certainly willing to pastor.
Atheist pastor.
Yeah, that's what he is. But if we do have any theists in the audience, please raise your hand. We'd love to chat with you, figure out why you believe what you believe, or if you're an atheist, we'd love to have you, or agnostic, we'd love to have you up here as well. Also taking on any evidence for supernatural, gods, demons, ghosts, goblins, Loch Ness monster.
The Earth is also round, 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah. I guess Amy wants to debate that stuff too, right? if you're a flat earther, sounds like we would take a flat earther as well.
But of course, oh no.
I was just gonna say, I see Squatch in the audience who has had some pretty good debates. He's an atheist, though.
Well, Taco, maybe I'm wrong on that, right? Maybe there are theists, but I'm just thinking about, your statement that everybody of sound mind knows no gods exist. So, like, what would be
it's self-evident.
the tangent? What would be the tangent to that? Like, people of unsound mind know God, or they know that God exists, or would that not follow?
But
Well, people of sound mind pretend that God exists sometimes, and then people of unsound mind might say they know a God exists.
it comes from two different, I would say, areas. One, culturally, people get introduced to this as a concept, and it just becomes normalized, and so you just accept it because that's what people tell you. I would say further back, it comes from us kind of having this worship of this kind of consciousness, sentience that we have, and we put it on such it is a very cool function. However, we put it on such a pedestal that we allow it to leave the body, we allow it to create the universe and do all of these things. Oh, you got a hand.
What's going on, CJ?
Hey, folks. Hopefully my internet holds up for this, but I'll just be brief. I'll bring up a starting topic and get your guys' opinion on it if that works.
Sure.
I was thinking, and I know a lot of people, like Hitchens, Harris, a lot of them have sort of acknowledged this point, and I'm wondering how you would take it. So, in the same way that, like, say, we could say the Democratic Party is partly responsible for something like Trump. In the same way, could we look at, or would you ever look at, it being a failure of the secular community to not provide some of the support things that people would join a religion for, be it community, a quote-unquote guide, how to live, something that talks about morality, et cetera, et cetera. Do you not see that maybe as an issue at all, or how would you even approach that?
That's a major issue. But I'm sorry, Amy.
No,
I'll let you jump in there.
Oh well, because I know I would have to first say the hard part with that first talk, and I'll talk about it. Or that first point is that as atheist skeptics, we all have different political views, and so some people are going to be happy that he won. Some aren't. I fall in the he not a good thing that he got elected. I do blame the Democrats to some degree. However, I blame the people, unfortunately, I would say, who voted for him. And I feel like there's something deeper there. However, with him winning comes this zeitgeist, this reactionary zeitgeist that I think has been a pushback to what they called us the new atheists. None of the new atheists really called themselves new atheists. But so we have to bring it back to your final point, an alternative. Yes, that has to happen, a strong secular alternative to each individual thing that religion does well. Community, we need to have an alternative. Getting off of hard drugs, we need to have an alternative. Just having, a good time together, again, we need to have all of these that religion used to do. We now need to do them.
But you know what? It's simpler than that. Wait, Taco. Just wait. It's so simpler. It just comes down to branding, right? We have all the things we need. We have the food. We have the shelters. We have the hospitals. We have the stadiums. We have the roads and bridges, right? Now you just rebrand it as something more inclusive, right? Unlike religion, which is entirely divisive, and boom, you have community. It gets back to my original point that there are no theists, right? They're just LARPing. They're human beings. It's a completely dehumanizing thing to call somebody a theist.
And I just wanted to make a point about new atheism. I have people bring that up a lot of the time and say, new atheism is dead, which is just a statement people started making on media, right? It's not actually something that happened. But new atheism was like a group, it was like the four horsemen, the people that were like heavily influenced by the four horsemen of atheism, right? And so that's like a specific movement from what was that, like the late 2000s or mid to late 2000s, something like that. That's like a specific group of people and the people that were influenced by them around that period of time, right? Like,
and the most bombastic.
Some of those people out there, but and some of those people were awesome, right? But there wasn't a ton of argumentation, right? Atheists we have nowadays are much more atheists and agnostics these days are much more educated and trained when it comes to actually having that back and forth, that debate, providing an argument, whereas they were more providing talking points.
But I would just say, I mean, without, Hitchens was, I think, the most bombastic of the. I miss Hitchens. Great speaker, but I think that, with him now having died, Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris both have their niches. Neither are exactly confrontational people. Richard Dawkins can be when, pressed on evolution. And then Sam Harris is, I would say, trying to label himself as the same liberal moderate right now. And so they've kind of separated, it feels like, without Christopher. And so you don't have that brand of them going on tours and doing that type of thing. But, bring it back around. It's evolved. And now we have, as Taka is saying, it's us all coming on here and having discussions more one-on-one with theists.
Well, another major thing, right, a major development is the advent of AI, right? We can get rid of human governance, which is, could be theistic in nature, right? A lot of this stuff that does not comport to reality, and provide a foundation, a concrete foundation in AI for which to support human flourishing, right? And the flourishing of sentience or even non-sentience, life and non-life alike. But to be governed or restricted communities, right, that are restricted, that are divisive because of the belief in a god monster is problematic, and it's very toxic.
What are your thoughts, CJ, on everything that us three said?
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially like the politics was kind of just an analogy, but even another one I might make is, say for example, like the red pill manosphere YouTuber kind of thing that's going on. And it's like, well, what are the chances? A new one pops up today. I don't tell you their political affiliation, but it turns out that there's some, right-wing MAGA conservative and that's slowly, influencing young men. It seems like that's bad, and you could put that on them. In my opinion, that's fuck that. But at the same time, is that not something of a failure for other people of whatever political spectrum, that you're not approaching those quote unquote disgruntled young men and trying to give some advice? It seems like that's a failure on the other half too.
Can I speak? So, okay, I think that's a fair point to talk about because, sometimes I think that we do need to speak better to the straight white males. And I think that the red pill community, unfortunately, came from a lot of, people having reactionary things like Gamergate. We had these podcasts who I think originally were just open to comedians and ideas, and then I feel like they slowly got more toxic elements into it. So like if you see Joe Rogan, there were times where he was, I would say, extremely moderated, where he would push back hard on conspiracy theorists. And I think that when you sometimes have people who, unfortunately, he invited one side on, there's talk that he kind of destroyed the interview that he was supposed to bring on with Kamala. And I unfortunately feel like Joe knew better. Like, I don't understand how they fall for grifters. That's what I'm also trying to understand, is how something that, red pill originally was coined, not to go into too much of a tangent, but by two transgender women from the Matrix to deal with solipsism. Now I feel like it has become a movement for anti-DEI and anti-woke and all of these things. And I think it comes from a confusion for thinking and associating that with whiny. I mean, my voice doesn't help, but whiny liberal, whiny.
Your voice is completely fine, Amy.
But I think that we have to not get tied down in things like identity politics as someone coming from a transgender woman. It's not that pronouns were important. I think that people miss kind of that wave. It's not that Me Too wasn't important. It's that all of these really boiled down to being decent. And we need, as liberals, to have healthy ways to have masculinity. And I get it. Tim Waltz isn't always going to be the guy. He gets a lot of shit because he granted a whole bunch, the entire state, women were allowed to have tampons. Now, what happened was two teachers allowed two transgender boys of the whole state to have tampons. Now he gets called Tampon Tim because these two teachers had it. I mean, we need to get better at pushing back at some of the narratives, because that is what a narrative is. It's looking at the data points. Yes, two transgenders were allowed to have tampons, but he was an advocate for women. He actually got something done. I've been ranting way too long. What I'm trying to say is we need more politically incorrect liberals. I don't know if it's going to be people like Bill Maher, but it's going to be a younger generation. I hate to say it because, but people like AOC and Jasmine Crockett and people like them, they speak their mind. That comes off as authentic, and that's going to connect with a younger generation, just like Bernie Sanders ironically connects with the younger generation. All right, done my rant. Over to you.
Okay,
Isaac.
well, I think what we need is consistency, right? Because what we're talking about is conditioning. Whether you're conditioned with a red pill, a black pill, an indoctrination here and an indoctrination there. I feel like old McDonald half the time, right? People have this conditioning without consistency. Okay, so I'm circling back to my point of a foundation, a secular foundation that comports to reality, where human beings are not only, you know, conditioned naturally and supported with things that comport to their well-being. You know, they can develop interest and branch out into things, but it would be like, aren't we looking for support in community, right? That, I think that was the questioners, that was CJ's main thing.
Yeah.
Like, what's the problem here, right? Why? And it boils down to content, right? So religions have content. They write that, right? So they got this narrative. They write hymns. They sing songs. They repeat the script, right? They're not men, right? They're wearing a mask. They're conditioned. Their script is, you know, scripture. So, but I think that we've developed something infinitely a better content generator, right? We don't have to, like,
Just not AI.
to make content. It requires thought, right? And so the people that were what's the term for, incentivized to make content was often the religious, or at least, you know, backed financially by people who were already organizing, right? They were what's it called when you organize? So I think what's different about today is we have artificial content generators that can write better songs, write better content. Like,
I don't know about that.
so the foundation can just be better than, you know, the problematic issues that arise in religion, right? Because the content's not that great. I mean, you read scripture, it's poor. Like, if we're talking about the Bible, a lot of it, you know, it's poorly written. I mean, Paul, he apparently went to heaven, right? He claims he went to heaven, did not describe it. Why? I think the most likely reason is because it would be laughable to read the content, right? He you know, what's he gonna? It's just gonna be like a poorly articulated description of paradise. I mean, no, it's better just to leave that to mystery.
Sure. Can I can push back a little bit in a way of, like, I'll put it to you like this. Every born again Christian that I talk to, that is to say some 29 to 49-year-old who converted to either Islam or Christianity as an adult, seems like they always have some story where they're like, I was a former drug addict, in and out of jail, broken home, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so, yeah, but where, like, that's part, why couldn't they get that same quote unquote salvation from a secular something or other?
Can I also just point out, it's never something happy happened and then I found God. It's just amazing that the pattern is always, God always finds me, like, in this broken, battered, torn piece. But it's never like when I'm eating cereal and I find God. Oh my God. I got picked as, you know, assistant manager, the best assistant manager of the year award. And then I found God. It is almost like when people are vulnerable and they are open to manipulation when they are their lowest, they need this sort of reinforcement or pick me up. And yes, you do need some sort of alternative for getting off of drugs, for getting off of gambling, for getting off of any sort of problem, because there's nothing that is a problem if you do it in minor, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. The problem is when in excess, we need to have programs to get people off them.
Well, that's right, Amy and CJ. This is a niche market, right? It's a business opportunity, and so religions are there, right, for to fill this niche market, and it's profitable. The healthcare system is entirely, it's for profit. So and look, trauma and drugs are a pipeline to Christianity or other religions that seek to fill in these places, right? So it's not entirely a malevolent thing to fill a niche, right? But it could be, right, that we offer something better, and I'm saying, like, it's developed. It's in development right now. Something will be commercially available, whether you want to call it secular or whatever. But it might not have been there in the past. It's not like these religions aren't man-made, and the niche isn't being filled by men and women already. Of course it is. They're just LARPing as God's representatives on earth, right? And it's a branding thing. It's dehumanizing to call these people theist, right? It's not Christianity that made anything great. It's the competency, right? You can go into a hospital of mentally impaired people, like physically retarded, turn them Christian, and they're not going to, like, be able to produce or go out on a work crew, right? They're still going to need spoon-fed. Christianity will not change that, right? If you're unable to feed yourself, because you're that's the problem. Religion gets credited for doing the work that competent people can do. And I don't know if you have questions, but I think I probably articulated that pretty well.
Can you preach to us about something you're angry about?
I'm preaching now. All right. So what I'm not really angry about much, except for well, let me think about that, Taco. I don't know what I'm angry about. I don't think I'm angry. Are you angry?
Well, CJ wants us to have culture, right? And is basically, we need, like, a group of people that we can go to and spend time with, which is part of the reason we do this once a month, right? But part of that on the Christian side is being, like, angry about certain, like they're angry about LGBTQ, or they're angry about I don't know. There's lots of stuff. I'm just not good on the spot with coming up with stuff they're angry about. But there's, like, a lot of stuff in the Bible that they get angry about, right? And I'm sure there's, like, one thing that you're angry about that would be a good like culture and group building exercise to listen to, right?
Sure. I get angry when I'm misrepresented, right? When I speak in good faith and try to articulate a salvific claim, right? And then my critics will misrepresent me, poison the well, say that, if you follow Wise Ape, you're doing the devil's work. That type of stuff makes me angry, because there's real world consequences to it, right? You get exiled, you get your family taken away from you, and you get to witness the delusion of people who are so confident that their position is correct. I mean, it's like it's a metaphor to, like a metaphor for would be like when the doctors who used to cut people to bleed them, into health. They didn't understand the purpose of blood, so they bled these people to death. And religions don't understand the purpose of blood either. They would think like that blood has some sort of magical property when you sacrifice it, like when you kill an animal and have it bleed out, like somehow that'll cause it to rain, right? Or if you kill a god monster man hybrid thing, right, that somehow that will like do something for you.
So I'm just gonna add something on because I agree with what Wise Ape said. I just want to start by saying I really dislike sacrificial logic. Both the Jews do it with animals, and then the Christians do it, and they think it's better for some reason when it becomes a human. Then they think it's better for some reason when it's a perfect human. So sacrificial logic, we need to not only get away from it, but we need to make it into a metaphor. Like, it's good to sacrifice oneself if you are in war trying to save someone, but that doesn't mean that you should try to just sacrifice yourself, or that we should kill something as a human sacrifice or an animal sacrifice, literally. And then on the second part, I want to just comment that we have a problem within the skeptic community. That problem is that we are naturally like cats. And the unfortunate situation that we're in is that when everyone thinks that they are unique, special individuals trying to hang out in their own distant pockets, is it makes it hard to collect everybody. And so what we have to do is find interesting and fascinating ways to do so. This, I think, is one way. I think that you're going to find eventually secular alternatives to all of that. And in that, you're going to find replacements for leaders. The other thing that religion has that maybe we were just talking about when the four horsemen were going strong is that we need sort of intellectual leaders. Those will come, I hate to name things like Ricky Gervais and people like that, even though, as comedians, they would probably deny it. But from that,
Amy,
yes, sure.
Can I push back a little bit, right? Because you don't want to undercut yourself here, right? By just calling us cats, because we have a lot of commonality, more so than cats. I mean, we're grounded, we walk like we can, if we drive a vehicle or something, we can obey the laws. Like there are things.
Well, no. I think you misunderstand the analogy. Cats are very smart. I wasn't trying to say that we like the. Generally, when people say,
I think Wise Ape makes a good point, though. What other animals sit on a chair to poop?
What? Well,
yeah. I get what you're saying. I think sometimes that is used to say like skeptics are too scatterbrained or atheists, like they don't converge on any one topic. But what that excludes things that we have in common. Like we all breathe oxygen, we all poop, but we may have preferences that that differ, but there's a lot in common. And I think a lot of the foundational stuff like that we have in common, like for instance, right, this might be an overreach, but as atheists, we're not doing blood sacrifices, for example, right? Like, unless you're
Sure, but it's hard to create a group around all of us not creating blood sacrifices. The example, when you say generally the expression someone's like a cat, it's generally when you're comparing cats and dogs, because you're saying the dogs always like to follow, they like to be by their leader, and cats are individual. They don't always do what they're told. They want to sometimes be by themselves. It is not to say that I would say scatterbrain. I would say that we need to find a piece of your argument. Like, I agree with, we do need to figure out what are the things that we share in common. I think being skeptics is one of the big top level things that we all share in common, and we find what these things that we have in common and create secular alternatives. I think that is where we're at least kind of merging at the end.
Yeah, I get it. So, yeah, I normally hear cats as a pejorative, right? When there's a lot of good things about cats. Like, they have litters. They enjoy love, I mean, once in a while you'll run into a disassociated cat, right? That's like just unhinged, but it's normally because of abuse, right?
I feel like we're a little bit off into the listing things about Cat's Land. Do we have
Welcome.
Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah, I wanted to push back a little bit actually against your claim that atheists don't really have things in common. And I actually think if you look at the studies, it seems like atheists tend to lean left. What ends up happening...
I didn't say that they didn't have anything in common. I don't... unless you were talking to someone else.
No, I was talking to Wiser. In fact, there's sort of... I wouldn't quite say contradicting views, but because they didn't contradict each other, but it could sound that way because you were saying, well, we don't have anything in common, but we also do have something in common because we're unified by said values. But yeah, what I would say is what happens is, at least this is what it looks like from the outside looking in, the atheists tend to lean left politically, and that in some way becomes their rigid dogma.
Well, when you say left, let's define that, right? Does left mean caring about your family and others and having compassion and
no.
Are those left values? Then I'd agree with you.
No, what can tend to happen is obviously religion, in general provides like an ultimate authority for moral truth. Right. And so what happens over time is because atheists don't have that, they're easily deceived or consumed by state-based morality. And that tends to be, so when I'm talking about left, that's kind of what I'm talking about, the state-based morality. The state is good. The state is inherently moral.
No, they're not. The state is co-opted by religious bias.
Yeah, so if you're an anarchist,
the state is run by a bunch of religious incognito. What would you call them? Zealots.
What's up, Moonshoes?
Yes, words.
What's up,
or how do I
Davegar,
say your name? Eve's words.
Eve Edwards.
Okay, Eve Edwards.
Yep.
So I see in your bio you're something of an anarchist. I don't know if you're an ANCAP or something,
but
you know that anarchists.
Left.
Sort of being like the most freedom-oriented people on the left also skew heavily towards atheism and repudiation of the church and so on, and even anti-theism. So, like, there are some general tendencies.
No, that's not necessarily. Depends. If you're talking about like Antifa, maybe. If you're talking about some of these kind of modern, and yes, they do lean left, but traditionally left is not what it is now.
But you implied that being an atheist somehow skews you towards like state authority. But like we have huge groups like anarchists historically that are very anti-state, that are mostly atheists,
Yeah.
and that are very
Yeah.
opposed to state authority, right?
No,
I felt-
not mostly atheists. That's not true.
well, at least all the modern
It's like
anarchists I have ever met have been.
It's no different. It's no different to me saying like it wouldn't be true of me to say 100 years ago, 200 years ago, most scientists were atheists. That's obviously not the case because most people were religious. So the majority of anarchist thought has come from religious people. That's just a fact of history, just based on the numbers.
Well, that's
Look,
because a lot of those books
so
are.
an anecdotal, as an atheist, I would advocate for self-governance and personal autonomy. So that we can, like, there, except for conjoined twins, right? We're individuals, and then we can figure out a way to coexist.
And it's just factually true. And I would say if you have any experience with actual anarchist movements in like the last, say, 30 years, that the strong majority of all anarchists today are atheists or anti-religious. That's just factually true. Pointing to ones from like early days, like Kropotkin or whatever era, and saying, well, some of those were religious, just to say that most people were religious back then, right? We could say most scientists, if you go back far enough, are religious, even though today the correlation is gone.
If we're talking, 30 years, I'll grant that. Actually, I'll grant that.
So
And
modern
especially
atheists,
it's accelerating more now.
modern anarchists are atheists in general.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I don't think that's good. I think they're actually misguided. So I wouldn't. It's not like I'm saying that,
Modern anarchists are theists. They're theists too, right? They want to.
Really.
They want to dismantle the state and make it a theocracy.
No, I don't know.
Right, so what is your point?
Well, my question is, why did you bring this up, Yves? Because it's the opposite of what you were saying.
Right. The reason that I brought it up is because you were saying that you don't have things that bind you together. And I was saying that, in fact, you do. And I think that atheists tend to make out like they have less in common than they actually do. There tends to be a group thing. Everyone's like,
well, you know what binds theists together? Terrorism.
Okay. Well, right, so that was my point.
And then after X, I know you want to say something, but then after you, I want to say something.
And I would actually agree, right? So this is the problem with anarchists as well. This is actually the problem I'm pointing out. So because they've given up the state-based morality, then they can be co-opted by the left again, and they don't go to
terrorism as part of their tactic, so that they can create trauma, which is a pipeline to theism.
Yeah, well, this is why anarchism only works with a strong moral grounding.
But anybody?
So that's I'm just saying.
Theism only works with strong trauma.
Can I tell you why this conversation is mute? Let me tell you why. I'll tell you because you have a trend, and yet it's not a truth. And like it's true that oftentimes atheists lean liberal. However, if you were to just take a survey of this chat, you would find almost no one's politics agree. I would say that you have conservative, moderate, and liberal atheists. And so there's no moral standard by which I have ever found anyone derives their morality. In fact, what happens is we tend to have this subjective, objective debate. And like different people find themselves on different sides of that spectrum. I am somewhere in between. I'm a situationalist. And yet my morality isn't dependent upon like a government force. And I would be highly impressed if you found any other atheist here that said they derive their morality from the government.
Yeah, the government is run by incognito theists.
Right. Well, that's not necessarily true. But it also depends which government you're talking about, and which period in time. And are you talking about like the front-facing government? Are you talking about like the deep state, the intelligence agencies?
Well, I can just buckshot it, right? I'm going to buckshot it, and I'll hit. My statement will ring true in a lot of cases.
Right.
Has anybody brought a metaphysical proposition? Like, it seems like we're just discussing the intricacies of atheists. Is there
Well, yeah, actually, I'm not bringing anything metaphysical really, but I guess I was just pointing out there is a problem with atheism, and I think also because a lot of people come from rejecting religion. I think the difference between the anarchists, just to go back to that, and the anarchists and the atheists is that unfortunately, because the atheists, probably feel oppressed when they leave like Christianity, for example, or whatever religion it is. Then they tend to lean even more left because they have more excuse to. So let's say if someone was gay and they were like, oh, the Bible doesn't like gay people, and so they turn to atheism. And then obviously they're going to be leaning more towards left-wing policies because those are the kind of policies that support LGBTQ, etc., etc. So there's even more reason for them. Same with the abortion. So they lean towards feminism and all these kinds of things. That is not true of anarchism, I would say. So I think it is more of a problem, and there's not much of an alternative as well for atheists. There's not like much of a right-wing atheism, where there's obviously like anarcho-capitalists. There's like a hugely strong community there. So yeah, I think that's a problem you guys
Yeah.
The thing is, when you lean more into and you show more concern for this world,
hang on. I don't think it's like a specific leaning in any direction for atheism, right? It's just there's a ton of freaking atheists that are right. I don't know in my audience right now on YouTube, but if you're like, I guess like soft right to hard right, whatever that would be considered.
Pine Creek's out there.
Yeah. Press 1 in chat, and I can tell you how many people are right wing.
Yeah,
28-person chat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if we did like a proper survey of like all of the different industries and fields in which atheists work in, you would probably find that most of the atheists lean left.
But I feel like it's mute because we could just say it's the opposite way. So they're just conservative because they're religious. And so if like I oftentimes, as someone LGBTQ, half the letters, I almost find the identity debates annoying because I think it all stems back to religion. I truly do. I think if we were to just talk about religion and get rid of fundamentalist theism, I believe the majority of hate for the LGBTQ would just evaporate. And a lot of other social issues too.
And why does leftism...
There's one right-wing one.
But why does leftism get associated with the state as if like conservatism isn't just as concerned with the state? Like these are the two sides of the same coin.
Well, and it also takes point on what time you want to tell, because if you want to take the classic definitions, it was the leftists who said, go yourself to the king. And everyone who wanted to worship the king stood on the right. And I mean, that's kind of where the words go.
The left used to be based, but then they got co-opted and now they like to kiss the boot. You know what I mean? It's weird. And I'm
because like the people I see as in charge of the American government right now are like really the swamp. They are those techno nationalists.
Yeah, it's the religious, it's the Christian doctrine that says God appoints the state leaders, right?
Yeah, I don't particularly care about like individual politicians or like the Trump kind of thing, like or and I'm not conservative myself. I'm just pointing out a problem with
no, but the religion, right? They heavily rely on the state, right? Because prayers don't work, so they have to seize power, and the only way they can, which is through the state. They have their opposition incarcerated, right? They don't pray it away. They state power it away.
Yeah, they want a theocracy. But
isn't the right wing supposed to be pushing for a smaller government? Isn't that the goal of the right wing? A smaller government and more effective spending?
I mean, are you asking me?
Yeah. Isn't that what the Republicans want? A smaller government and more effective spending? Isn't that like the main platform and has always been like the main platform?
No, well, kind of, yeah. I would have thought the smaller government is more libertarian. But yeah, I guess it gets kind of blended in there with the right.
Like all of these, like removing rights from groups of people in general is directly against that goal. That's going to, at bare minimum, require more spending because of people being people, right?
Yeah, but smaller how? Smaller
their primary goal.
Smaller in number or in power?
It's being used to literally remove rights from people. There are like I'm a centrist. I see good stuff on both sides, right? But I can tell you what I see as a centrist is one group trying to push for rights of people and another group trying to take rights from people. And even though I agree with some of the like economic and ideas for the way they want the government. I don't agree with the theocracy bullshit that they're trying to do, but like old Republican is like smaller government, more effective spending, right? Like that's not a bad idea, right? Like why would all this other stuff be tied to that? Why can't you just vote on that stuff separately, right? But it's like as a whole, from the core, they're trying to take away rights from people. You can't. That's only promoted by religion. It's insane. Like
No, it's not. No, it's not. So I don't understand.
It's literally promoted by religion.
Okay, so you're saying that people that are left wing right now,
agnostics talking about that stuff. There's no atheists saying, like, even if they're right wing atheists, there's no right wing atheists saying take rights from people.
You've never heard
Nobody's saying take rights from people.
What's up, man?
Yes, they are.
From the even past agnostic, there's even Christians that are saying don't take rights from people. There's Christians that lean heavily left.
Right,
it's it's like a hard Christian movement in the U.S. that's trying to take rights from people.
Example of how the left tries to take people's rights away.
Well, can I just say that what the equivalent is, what I normally get back when we get pushback is like, well, what happened to cancel culture and what happened to the Me Too and all those? Yeah, there were times where there were light pushbacks, but I don't think they're any sort of pendulum swing the other way is taking people's rights. Like, we weren't trying to stop straight marriage.
Well, you're ignorant of the issues. In my country, people are in jail for saying things on Twitter, right? And that's because the sort of left-wing socialist policies
but do you understand,
end up that way.
No, but do you understand how someone, I don't know the exact situation for why someone said something on Twitter and now they're in jail, but that is not the same as trying to systematically take away rights from entire groups of people.
I'm gonna guess it was a death threat on Twitter because death threats are.
Wait, what is it? What's the situation? I'm a situationalist, so what's the situation?
There's a million. Just go and Google it, right? Go Google.
That's a cheap way out. Because
okay. There was one. I can give you one, but we don't need to get into the minutia. So there was one woman that just got 3 years because she put out a tweet that said, "Burn the hotels for all I care."
Hey, I've been arrested for sharing my theological position, right? It violated a no contact order. So this is one way they can weaponize the criminal justice system, right? Taking away the rights to criticize or critique, right? Theology.
And what about this one then? One man prayed outside of an abortion clinic and he's out in jail as well. What about people criticizing politicians and, the Israel-Palestine situation? There's people in jail for that.
The details matter. Yeah. The details matter. If he prayed that people kill the people in the clinic, which is what's been happening. Like in the United States, there's this so-called committee against Christian bias. And if you go through every single thing they've done, it's all been bullshit, right? There's a very good video by, I think, Cosmic Skeptic recently that went through literally every action from start to finish they've executed. And they'll say like, oh, we were protecting people from the evil bias of like arresting people for protesting abortions. Well, the people that were protesting abortions went inside and like assaulted people and like physically interfered with and harassed people.
This guy was just outside.
Right.
He just
making a death threat outside might be one of the reasons why someone could get arrested for speech, right? Because it is illegal to make death threat.
He didn't make a death threat.
Well, the details matter is what my point.
Yeah, because generally speaking, it's not someone was just.
But obviously he could be there praying and also having.
Can we bring up Not Fox as well?
He's been invited. I think he just needs to accept.
Or even reverse.
If we were to look at the situation, chances are it wasn't just someone was praying and they randomly said, "Now you need to go away." Like, it depends if it's private property. It depends, again, if they are, like Ix was saying, making death threats or making some sort of incendiary. Again, we want people to have freedom of speech. I would even say I want to fight for people to have disgusting views, but it's really not those people. Those people historically have been protected actually fairly well. There's always going to be incidents that fall behind. The ACLU will actually defend horrible people if they actually think their rights are being infringed. But it doesn't absolve all of these religious groups who oftentimes are the majority trying to squish out the minority, which is what happens over and over and over.
Well, I would say kind of what you're doing there is you're ignoring all of the different political frameworks in other countries and how they operate. So you're saying that like, oh, it sounds like you're taking a very like America-centric view of that. You're like, oh, well, that doesn't really happen. You're sort of rationalizing or apologizing.
Can I pause you for a second? Yeah, I'm taking a very Western-centric view because it's worse everywhere else. I'm being very gentle because the religious, unfortunately, are running everywhere else and they treat us even worse.
What I'm saying is, it's here now. So, like I said, in my country, people can get thrown in jail because they offend someone. Or
so
because
you're wrong.
Issues with minorities.
I looked up the case in question. There is a law called a safe access zone, which says that people who are trying to get in and out of medical care need to be free to do so and not obstructed. The person in question breached that and broke that law. Now, if he were to stand further away, he's free to protest. But he broke a law that says that the safe access zone is not to be impeded, right? So he is choosing to get arrested. He is not choosing to protest. He is choosing to try to physically block people from entering by entering the corridor that they're supposed to be able to get through without being assaulted.
Right. How far away was he?
He was in the safe access zone, which is protected by law.
Sup, Norfolk?
Okay.
Every single time these claims are bullshit. People always go out and say, oh, the abortion protesters are being mistreated. They're always breaking laws. It's not just that someone was offended. The law does not say, if you protest a thing that upsets someone, then you go to jail. The law says, if you trespass, if you assault people, then you go to jail for breaking trespassing laws and assault laws. These claims are such total BS. Give us a real claim.
Yep.
This was the issue that I began talking about, right? So now this is you're justifying this with state-based morality. Oh, well, he broke the law. So what? Maybe the law's wrong.
So you're not making a real argument when you dishonestly say that it was because they were offended.
But this is the issue with atheists, and you've just proven my point.
Get your facts straight.
I don't understand why you're apologizing for like heinous things.
They were being assholes. Why are you defending the assholes? I do not understand.
It doesn't matter that they're assholes. It matters that they broke.
No, it's that. No. I agree.
Now you're taking the fascist position.
No,
right?
because it's both.
So for all this criticism,
it's both
you're taking the fight. Oh, this is okay. It's justified. We can throw people in jail because we've been an asshole to people who are trying to get in the board.
To make a dishonest argument claiming that it's speech that's being prosecuted. It's not speech that's being prosecuted. He's free to have a megaphone further away and blast it, right? But he's not free to physically enter the safe area that people entering the clinic are allowed to enter through in a protected manner.
I also want to know, This is really the crux. Again, no, I'm not saying I think it should be protected to be. I really do think that disgusting speech that we disagree with should be protected. You're trying to make it state-based morality. No, they were going to let him say disgusting things until he broke the law. Breaking the law, him going in there and saying, I'm not going to move, I can't just move 15 feet. Him breaking the law in that instance is also furthermore being an asshole. I don't just mean like the speech itself. I mean the fact that he couldn't move 15 feet.
It sounds like they're in England, Amy. So I think they actually don't have free speech.
This has nothing to do.
He would have gotten worse if it nothing. He would have gotten worse. He got lucky.
This has nothing to do with free speech. That's with breaking an access corridor for a medical facility by trespassing.
Yeah, I know, and no one ever said it had anything to do with free speech.
You did. You said it was because he was outside of the abortion clinic. That's why he was arrested.
Yeah,
because he trespassed.
He was playing outside of the abortion clinic.
What he said had nothing to do with what he said.
I didn't think he spoke anything though, did I? It wasn't. I never said it was about
protesting the fact that there are laws about trespassing. Like, this has nothing to do with religion. Why are we even discussing it?
Exactly.
No, I'm protesting the fact that they weren't lenient on him, or they didn't look favourable on him, because obviously it was a religious matter, and so they favour the protecting the so-called minorities. That's the issue.
Okay. Can we talk about a religious matter? Because this just seems like we're off into legal.
Yeah. Can I bring this back into a religious conversation?
This is the problem. I'm trying to point out that you have this state-based morality without religion. And it's very dangerous. That's what I'm pointing out to you guys.
It's not a state-based morality. You are saying there shouldn't be laws. That is what you are arguing.
Look how quickly you jump to like loving the fact that this guy is in prison, that the state's in prison. This guy, like, oh, he shouldn't have been doing this. It's against the law. It's outside an abortion clinic. Who gives a fuck?
If I go into your house and I harass you and you say, "Get out of my house," you're in your rights, regardless of any legal system, regardless of any political system, to ask me to leave, right? It's a natural right that you're going to be able to defend. And even on anarchist grounds, people are going to assert rights like that. We can go back to Max Stirner, right? Max Stirner says, look, my rights come from me having a gun and saying, get off my lawn, right? We can just go to there. If they want him to leave, they can ask him to leave. You can go to any legal system you choose. There's going to be some form of turf. However,
yeah, but is he implying that atheists do not protest abortions? Because we absolutely do, right? In the Bible, they advocate for forced abortions, right? If a man is jealous of his wife, he takes her to the priest, and she has to drink an abortion curse pill.
That's
right?
A very good point. We should protest. We should protest that Christians are forcing abortions on untrusted wives. That's a really funny example.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor.
So this was never a property rights issue. We're not talking about that. Like, you have the right to defend yourself on your property or get someone off your property. That obviously wasn't what it was. That's not what it is, right? They've created a very specific new law that says that people can't go, like you said, some kind of safe zone, right? So that's different. That's completely different to standard property rights. So it's not analogous. You can't be like, oh yeah, well, if someone got into your house, then you'd have the right to kick them out. That's obviously not what happened here.
It's the entrance.
Notice how
it's not a hard concept,
right?
Hang on.
Because he absolutely supports forced abortion.
This is an important question. Do you not think that they were asked if they were, or to move before they were arrested? Do you not think that they were just like, hey, could you please move a bunch of times before they arrested them?
Yeah, but why should they?
They're in the middle of an entrance.
They told them the law, right? If they're like, hey, this is the, because you said it's the new law, right? So they're like, hey, so you said it's the new law, right? So what if they were like, hey, this is the new law, right? So you got to do this. You got to follow the law, bro. Come on.
Look, this has nothing to do with like law versus no law or any of that stuff. It has to do with basic natural tendency to defend one's turf. If you prevent people from entering a public place where they need to get services, other people are going to stop you from doing that. In this form, it takes a legal form. If we were anarchists, right, and someone came up and was like harassing people trying to go into a hospital, anarchists would take that person elsewhere, right? They would take matters into their own hands and deal with it in a different manner, but they would do the same kind of thing. This is just a pointless argument. So can we just put this aside? Can we go back to what is the metaphysical claim? Are we just saying there's problems with anarchists because they believe in laws, or is there an actual like claim on the table to do with like religion or any of that?
Right. We will move on. But what I'm saying is, you're not understanding the situation, or at least you're misdirecting it. You're saying like, oh, it was this thing and it's not that thing. Okay, that's not what happened. He wasn't like trying to break into the hospital. He just stood outside praying. Right? He was an old man. He wasn't causing anyone any harm. That's what happened. Okay, maybe he did break some law, but who gives a shit? Right?
Okay, if I stand on your front doorstep and wish for your death by praying every day, am I entitled to do that? Just because I'm not assaulting you or preventing you from entering the door? Are you happy that I'm standing in front of your doorstep and doing this?
Yeah, but you're conflating these things. These aren't analogous.
That man, his position was degenerate, right? He does not support medically necessary abortions, but he does support forced abortions. It's crazy.
Again, I mean, we want him to be able to speak his own mind. You can't block entrances and exits. Again, that's what I mean. The subtle difference in asshole is it's not just about what he's saying. What's that?
That's not what he was doing, though. How many times do I have to say that's not what was happening?
He doesn't have to physically assault for to harass people. Just go for
3 minutes. And, comments, chat, and discussion at hand.
Am I lagging or is he lagging?
For the situation you provided was being misrepresented. We have any personal conversation.
Taco.
We have better get your so we're gonna
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up.
Oh, maybe it's me. I don't know.
Usually atheists don't believe in objective morality. I believe I have a scenario here that can prove that you guys believe in objective morality too, because like you are.
Lots of atheists do believe in objective morality. It is a popular majority position. It's the majority position of philosophers, including atheists, that objective morality exists.
I don't think this is the case, but sure. Is there anyone here that doesn't believe in objective morality, so I can have a conversation with them?
Well, I'm somewhere in between. I believe there's elements of subjective and objective.
Oh, so no one like fully against objective morality here.
I mean, no, go X.
I'm a constructivist. I think there's like objective moral talk, but the conclusions are not like universally applicable in any sense. Like there's one set of prescriptions, which is the objective facts that all should follow. What there are is like people that are following proper moral reasoning and people that aren't. People that are following proper moral reasoning tend to arrive at conclusions that satisfice, that are acceptable, that are within the realm of moral conclusions that work for people. And people that are not following like proper moral procedures tend to follow conclusions that people find to be amoral, irresponsible, selfish, etc. Right? So there's a procedure type that is objectively using reason and rationality to come to conclusions. We could say that was rational and moral reasoning, but the conclusion itself is just going to be in a group of acceptable solutions that are all going to be found acceptable because they all follow similar procedures, even if they start from different priors.
Look, if you need a metaphor for morality, just look at botany, right? So if you're taking care of plants and stuff, right, there's certain practices that contribute to the well-being of the plant. And then, you know, other practices that are advantageous to plant growth and lead to death. So that's just a very a weak metaphor for morality. Just, you know, try to think of botany.
Is there anyone here who's moral anti-realist? That's it.
It depends on how you construe it.
Silence.
I mean, do you think morality is anything besides?
I believe it's subjective. It's like you guys are all atheists. None of you are moral anti-realists. Why are you shy?
Agents to promote the well-being of at least one agent.
And
I don't know what's your question. I'm just like shocked here. I thought like there's going to be a lot of like people say, "Oh, I'm moral anti-realist," but like all of them are like in between. You are unsure. So yeah, I'm shocked.
Do you understand
Maybe you can
what I
give
said?
the stage to someone
So
else.
by constructivism, I mean that moral facts aren't real, but moral reasoning is, right? So if you're going to claim that there's a single moral fact that is like binding on all possible beings or something, then I'm going to disagree with you. It's not that I think that it's necessarily an immoral claim. It's that I think that what makes it moral is that some proper procedures were followed to arrive at it, not that you rolled the dice and you got a correct moral prescription.
So I have moral claims that can be substantiated by the natural world, by the real world, just like you can substantiate that the Earth is smaller than Jupiter.
So I would agree with you that the
All
group
right,
of
and there is no moral
successful-
anti-realist here. So okay, thank you.
I didn't hold on a second. I would agree with you insofar as the class of moral claims that are going to be successful are going to be ones that reason from the natural world. But I don't necessarily think that you're going to give me like one moral fact which is binding on all beings and is the only possible moral fact that you could have in that situation.
No, you don't need to be binding to all beings. Some
Just
people
what
can
do you
disagree.
mean? What do you mean by
People
a moral
can
fact?
disagree with you.
Okay.
So
What
something,
metaethical?
so something is the case. Something is good, positive, or bad, negative for a human in all cases, in all scenarios. Just like if I give you an example here, wait, let me post it down. It is all here. Check this. It is always the case and objectively true through real-world observation that living humans have blood in their veins. You see now, I use the real world, I use facts in the real world to make a claim, which is objective.
No problem there.
Okay. The same thing I can give you about one scenario about a moral action. And you will say, yes, it is always the case that this action is wrong through real-world observations.
When you say is wrong, you mean that it is obligatory or prohibited to do something
It is negative
that you
to
ought
the
not
human.
or ought do.
Yeah,
Right.
it is negative. It is negative to the human well-being.
So give us an example.
So I just want you like to own your position.
I agree that we could come to lots of moral prescriptions that we both find agreeable. But the reason that I think it is quote unquote objective is not the same as yours. Because I think it's objective because we followed moral reasoning, we rationally arrived at it by the best possible means. Right?
So you have moral judgments that relies on objective facts in the world? Yes or no?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, then there is no moral anti-realist here. I came to the wrong room. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Well,
Thank you so much for
if I
having me.
could
I
just
think you should give.
more conclude, it's just that morality just doesn't come from a god. There's just no evidence for that, and that the people that say that their objective morality come from God just don't have good evidence for thinking so.
That would be a different discussion.
Sure,
No, there is no moral anti-realist.
Well, I mean,
all right, thank you. I wanna. Can you get me out of the stage? Thank you.
Sure. One of the main points of atheism is that, there is no tie to being a subjective or objective moral system. You can be anything. I continue to say that I'm somewhere in between. I think that it has both objective and subjective elements. But I don't understand why it would come from a god. I think a god is the worst of both worlds. It is this thing claiming to be objective, and yet it is a subjective force because a god would be conscious, and therefore, where's the objective part?
Right. So it's very good to point out, right? We got to highlight this fact that theism cannot gatekeep objective morality. It can be found and justified outside of theism. So oftentimes they like to gatekeep this position, and I imagine this man would say, oh, look, even atheists believe in objective morality, therefore our God exists. But no, like the justification is not a theological one for something like objective moral realism.
I think you're still going to have like an is-ought gap if you try to claim that there's a single moral fact that's binding on all possible persons, and that there's no other moral fact that could be different from that, which would also be acceptable.
Sure.
I know. Yeah.
Does that run into the is-ought problem? I'm curious.
What's up, Clark? How you doing, bud?
Why
the realist would just say that those moral facts, you could be like a relaxed realist and say that those moral facts don't invoke any ontology, so they exist but they're not real. That's something that like Derek Parfit would argue for example, that I would be sympathetic to.
I just mean that they're true, that the propositions are true. I'm not talking about like ontological claims.
Yeah, but on your view, you can't affirm that they're true, right? Because truth maker theories can't obtain on a constructivist account, presumably.
Yeah, I don't claim that they're true moral facts. I claim that true moral reasoning arrived at an acceptable moral prescription.
By true moral reasoning, you take it that there are true moral propositions?
That there are moral reasoning procedures and immoral reasoning procedures. Like if I say I'm taking their shit because I want it and fuck them, that's not moral reasoning, right? If I say let's look at all the considerations of how this affects everybody and come to the best possible conclusion, that may differ from different eras and different times. Like how, to what degree we followed the best possible procedures. It's going to depend on what procedures were known at the time, right? But I could say that, like, with respect to that time, they were doing moral reasoning objectively. And with respect to that time, they were like raping and pillaging objectively. Those are different kinds of reasoning and justification.
Yeah, so on your view, moral reasoning is going to be propositional. It's just not going to be the case that, like, the correspondence theory of truth could obtain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a valid view. Are you like a Kantian constructivist or a Humean?
I'm not quite sure. I've just been reading it lately. So,
But what's the problem when you consider botany, right? Like, it's good to water your plants, right? But it's not always good to water your plants. You can overwater.
Do you think when you say it is good to do X, you're just like emoting? Do you think it's just like an emotional expression, Wise Ape?
No, it corresponds to the well-being of the in this case the plant.
So do you think that whenever you say X is good, that proposition is going to be identical to the proposition that you desire X? Or do you think that normativity is not dependent on your desires?
So we can't distill, right, or sterilize one single, I forget what the other guy was saying, like
prescription?
Yeah, things exist in morality, things exist in relation to one another, right? So it's a relational proposition.
I'm asking you if you take it that goodness is constitutive of desire. Is desire a normative state?
I wouldn't. It wouldn't be necessarily desire. I don't know how to. It's
Clark, you might need to define your terms a little bit because you're using more philosophy talk than.
And then after that, I have a question for you.
Desire is just going to be like an attitude that you have that's dispositional. So it's open to causal relations. That's just what I mean by dispositional. So I'm just asking, like, on your account, do you think that if you desire X, X is good?
absolutely not, right? That's where delusions, right? If you desire, let's say I desire to be a fish that lives underwater, right? I'm a human being. My desires there are not going to matter. It's not going to change the ontology that I require oxygen to breathe. So, no, it's your desires do not, in at least that sense, right? They don't comport.
Well, presumably, desires themselves are not going to be naturalistic phenomena because a desire is going to be a normative state where you're motivated to realize what you think is good, regardless of whether or not you think that goodness is identical to the desire. It doesn't seem like desires can be reduced in that way, or like reduced to facts that are studied from the empirical point of view. They're more like a first person.
There's an element in like both, I think, Cornell realism and constructivism, which talks about a third-party sort of omniscient perspective on the facts of the matter being thought about, that irrespective, like in the example of desiring to be a fish when you're human is a great example, or the desire of Ariel the mermaid to be a human, right? Maybe Ariel the mermaid doesn't know how bad humans are, how likely she is to be hate crimed if she becomes a human, right? So she idealizes it. Now, if she knew all the facts about how humans were likely to treat her, then The Little Mermaid might have been a very different movie, right? So we're thinking, when we think about what is actually good, not just about the desires and limited epistemology of the agents involved, but about the best epistemology that's possible for something like the imaginary judge who's looking over the situation and seeing what is actually in their best interest, rather than just what do they naively think will work out great.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I have an issue with like the constructivist account, specifically like the Humean constructivist account, because you're gonna have to hold to some like conditional, like conceptual analysis where you say like, if you find X desirable, then you'll be prompted to act on Y, and you would just take like a conditional statement like that and use it as like an analytic case for your conceptual analysis of agency. But the problem is if like you're just giving the introspection of your own desires on the projectivist account or on the constructivist account, then when you form your intentionality in that way, you're going to lack agency. So that's why I think that desires have to be a species of belief, and belief has to be normative. So desirable properties, like value properties, have to exist in the world. So that's why like I'm a realist, but I'm a naturalist, moral realist specifically.
Interesting.
That was the question that I just wanted to suss out. I do think that it is the naturalists, the atheists are having the true argument on morality. So as long as you are not pushing forward that objective morality stems from a conscious being outside of time and space, then we're not going to have a lot to push back on, just more to have a discussion about.
No, I do think that morality does come from like a god, because
then that's the interesting part, because I don't understand how that's possible.
So what I mean by like moral values being like I mean that they're supervening on natural properties, so they're not identical or reduced to facts that we can study empirically. So I have a non-naturalist view of value and of mine. So I'm not a reductionist about these, but I also hold that normative facts, like I said, supervene on non-normative facts, which would be like empirical physical facts. So there's not going to be a change on the supervenient level without there being a change on like the subvenient level. So if there's a change in the normative facts, then there has to be a change in the non-normative facts.
Well, I'd also be interested in your different take on mind, because I believe mind to be a completely naturalistic phenomena.
Oh, I think it's non-natural. I think mental properties are non-natural. I have an argument for that as well.
I'd love to know why. Oh my goodness, yes. I know, and I feel bad. I know this was kind of their conversation. I know X was in the middle of something.
It's fine. I mean, do you want me to give you my argument?
Real fast, you think that there's like, I don't know if this is the right way to describe it, but like a platonic realm of laws and morality that exists that imposes itself untestably on the physical?
No. I think that there are value properties that exist in the world, but they're non-natural properties, so they still exist in the universe, but they're teleological properties, which means that they have like sort of a directedness about them. They're directed towards something. They have some proper function, and they can't be reduced to physical properties, but they supervene on physical properties. So if there's any, you like I make like an epistemic claim, so you can only think of these properties extensionally. So what that means is that whenever we try to give an account of what the nature of these properties are, we're always adverting to some irreducibly normative relation, which means we can't name any like token non-natural value property, but we can like name a type of these properties, which would be the quality of the properties, because they have an epistemic status as being like irreducible or irreducibly normative.
Irreducibly complex.
So you're saying that the extensional value property is defined by the things that it applies to, its extension?
No, I'm not saying it's defined in that way. I'm saying that's how we use the terms to characterize the irreducibly normative nature of the properties.
You dodged providing an example. Provide an example.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, I just to ask for an example is a category error, and I just explained how. Because to ask for an example is to ask to token them. I'm not saying
and then you dodged it.
I'm not saying that they form a token class. They don't form a token class.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, can you give an example of something that has an extensional value property?
Yeah, these non-natural properties that are irreducibly normative would have value qualities.
Okay. And what things have those properties?
What things have non-natural properties? Yeah, that question is a category error. Because I'm not making a claim to the ontological status of these properties. I'm making an epistemic claim to their epistemic status.
But I'll make a claim they do not exist.
No, let's see.
Yeah,
I
and
make a
you're
distinction
also
between.
claiming that there are no things that have these whatever property you tried to give them, non-natural properties. Like, so there's nothing in nature that has the property, correct? Otherwise, you'd list it.
I'm not.
Well, again, I'm
claiming
making
it's
a
natural.
distinction between I'm making a distinction between like what exists and what is real. So I'm saying that it's going to be the case that they exist because there's truth making. They're
I-
ontology, but they still exist.
You're roboting.
Can
So
you
I
go
wasn't.
back like 10 seconds?
Hold on a second. I'm not asking for a physical thing. Right? I'm not saying show me an intention. I hate when people
The
do
money.
that. Like, does a
Wait,
neuron
no.
have an intention? I just want to slap people when they say that. What I'm asking for is a proposition example using the thing. Like in a dictionary, they'll give a word and they'll give a sentence that uses the word. Can you give me some sentences that use the things that you're talking about?
Yeah, we would just
That's a
say like
category
X
error?
is valuable or X is good, or we could form like a conditional statement where we embed the moral judgment in the antecedent of the conditional. So like if I desire X, then X is good, where the referent there is just going to be some non-natural value property that does not invoke any ontology. So these properties exist, but they're not real. So there's still going to be a truth maker
What
for them, and the truth maker is
the-
just describing some abstract relation between like different sets of possible worlds that are empty. So it's an empty set of possible worlds. But it's still the case that they're real because it's trivially true. The truth maker is trivially true.
Okay.
Why do you keep asserting the premise that if I desire something, it's good? Obviously, most of our desires aren't good. Like, I desire sweets. I'm diabetic. I desire God. He's a monster.
Yeah, because desire is a normative state. That doesn't mean to say that like that normativity is going to be like a necessary condition for desire. It's just that in any case where you do desire X, goodness is going to be constitutive of that desire. So the desire constitutively depends on the value property, which is good, and desire is a normative state because it constitutively depends on that because it
It's just a
motivates
feeling.
you.
Desire is just a feeling. I don't understand. Like, we could have desires. Maybe they could play into some sort of framework of morality, but we're generally dealing with the harm otherwise of conscious creatures. And I just want to get back. I don't understand how you can get morality from a god, and I don't understand how you can get a mind outside of a brain or time and space. By brain, I mean
Yeah.
physical.
Yeah, good. So basically, my count is going to be that non-natural properties, like mental properties, are going to only be explained by something like a god.
Okay, can I
And so
pause you? I'm
the idea is,
sorry. I really do have to pause you. So,
yeah,
mental states are natural properties. They're not non-natural. They take place
I
within the
disagree
natural world. Why do you disagree?
because there's a necessary connection between certain sensory properties and intentional properties. So, for example, if you imagine your entire phenomenology as you look at a red ball that you're holding in your hand, your total awareness of what it's like to have that experience, the phenomenal state that you have when you're looking at the ball entails that you have certain intentional properties, namely that it seems to you as though there's a red round thing in front of you, that you're in a state that has certain verticality conditions,
not
that it's
intention.
accurate or
Okay,
vertical.
hold up.
That's intentionality.
Let me
Yeah, it is.
interrupt you again. That's not intention. When you're seeing a red ball, that is your brain and your synapses doing its best to try and give you, their version of an objective look at the world. However, an intention is also a brain state. It means that you want to do something. So, like, if your intention is to go get a beer, or your intention is to hurt someone, or your intention is to give to charity, these are types of desires. They're things that multicellular, high-level brain-thinking creatures do, but they have nothing to do with the objective world. They're not foundational, and I don't see how they apply to a god.
Yeah, so intentionality is just the aboutness of mental states. So if a mental state has intentionality,
They're
then that
not
just means
normative
that
either.
what's that?
They're not normative either.
Well, I disagree. Obviously, intentional states have a normative character. If you're having an experience of pain, that experience is about something, namely the content that's presenting itself as painful, and it has a normative character of being bad, and that's all
Sure, but can
preconceptual.
I?
Our
Yeah,
desires are not normative. Women desire other things than men, unless you're a homosexual.
Woohoo. But pain is
right.
a very specific thing for evolutionary purposes. There's reasons why our synapses are going off. There's reasons why our body retracts, why we have negative emotions towards it. Not only are they not unnatural, but they are well known within natural frameworks.
Yeah, so again, just to get back to my argument, I think it's undisputed that all mental states, all thoughts are about things, unless you can give me an example of a thought that's not about anything.
No,
But
not
yeah,
about
so,
anything. Are natural. That's the claim. All thoughts
but
stem
again,
from a natural place.
the claim that I'm making right now is that all thoughts are about things, right? Do you accept that?
I am not sure how to. I would have to think about it. All thoughts are
Okay.
about things. There's actually
Can you-
different ways that we can think. So some people think within a speech. We have this talking person in the back of our head. Some people just think in terms of events, colors, shapes, and forms. There's a whole different varieties. But when you mean things, because consciousness is a complex, you have something that seems to be streaming. You're absorbing information within real time, but then you can also do things like daydream and go off. And so like it's a more complex phenomena all within, again, a natural framework.
Yeah, again, this is undeniable. What I'm saying is undeniable. In order for you to reject it, it's performative contradiction. I think a thought. In order for you to have any thought, you have to be thinking in some way. You have to have a thought that's about something. It doesn't mean that you know what that thing is, but all thoughts are directed towards
Concepts
something.
are not things, right? So thoughts are often are conceptual.
Well, they are things on the conceptual level. Yes, they are. They're about still about something. When you have a thought about a concept, it's still about the concept. That's all I'm saying. So all thoughts are about something.
God
That's
has
my claim.
disappeared, ladies.
So I mean, that's just undeniable.
Let's just grant that. Okay, we agree. Most people think that. What is your point?
Yeah, so the point is that if all thoughts have some aboutness, then those properties of what it's like to have an experience are going to be temporally intrinsic, which just means that they are properties that don't constitutively depend on what happened at other times. So, for example, like what it is like to be you right now, although it may causally depend on what happened to you in the past, it doesn't constitutively depend on what happened to your ancestors, for example. It's fully here and fully now. So going back to the example of perceiving a red round ball, roundness is a temporally intrinsic property, because if something is round, that's only a matter of what it's like right here and right now. It's not even partly conceptually dependent on what things were like in the past, although it may be causally dependent. Whereas, let's say, like being a widow, for example, that's a property that constitutively depends on the past, because something has to happen in the past for you to be a widow right now. So the idea is that like consciousness is like roundness. It's not like the idea of being a widow. It doesn't constitutively depend on what happened in the past. So if we put these two claims together, you can't have both if physicalism is true.
But can I pause you again? Because color, roundness, these are all things that we have explored throughout thousands of years. As we look, for example, round, it is a single curved line around a focal point. It doesn't have edges. It doesn't have vertices. Our eyes are absorbing this type of information and trying to do the best job that it can. Just like when it's trying to infer the color red. Sometimes we're wrong. We have people who are colorblind and things, so they get an inaccurate view of the world. However, it's still our brains trying to do its best at collecting all of this emergent sensory data.
Yeah, I don't think you're tracking what I'm saying. What I'm saying is roundness as a concept, when you're perceiving a round thing in front of you, does not constitutively depend on anything in the past. meaning you don't have to
No, it's a
have
set of
some
attributes. If it has vertices, if it has straight edges, it's not a circle. Badoom.
But the point is, the concept of roundness isn't going to depend on anything other than it being presented to you right now when you're either conceiving or perceiving something round. So the point there is that's distinct from being a widow, for example, because being a widow, what it means to be constituted as being a widow is that something has to happen in the past.
I think like this is just sort of factually wrong in terms of how we acquire concepts about the physical world as babies. So the concept of roundness is something you discover through play. It's not something that is like instantly apparent to your mind just by looking through your optic nerve.
Kindergarten.
These are play discovered properties. So I don't quite understand why you would use that example.
Yeah, you're just saying it's causally dependent on the past.
I'm saying your understanding of the concept requires a story of your past interaction with objects that have these visual properties, just like your awareness of a widow being a widow depends on your knowledge of a story about her being a widow or something like that.
Yeah, but if it is the case that it seems to you when you're perceiving something round that it is round, then as we said earlier, that entails that intentional quality of that experience is going to be entailed by the phenomenal property of the experience, which is what it's like to have the experience. So if there's a necessary connection between those two aspects of your experience when you're perceiving the red round thing, then the roundness of the thing isn't going to constitutively depend on any moments in time in the past. So I'm making a specific temporal claim. Unless you can somehow give a temporally extrinsic account of that attribute, which in principle is impossible on the conceptual level, I'm making a very specific claim about the temporally intrinsic properties of roundness.
I think you should just stick with color because like my neurological account of how I get the concept of roundness is a temporal one that's built up over time. Whereas red, like if you read Plato's Camera, I don't know if you have an opinion about his account of the like neurophysiology of color, but the neurophysiology of color is like fixed at birth and like instantly operational and about the same in almost everyone. Color blindness is just like usually color shiftedness or whatever that's slightly different, but the geometry of the neurons is well known and we can scan your brain and know that you're seeing red. We don't need to like ask you if you're seeing red. It is a fact of your brain that is externally determinable. So in that kind of a case, yes, there's an immediate thing called redness by us, which is the state of the neurons that correspond to what we call red firing in your brain. What's your point?
Yeah, it seems like you're not tracking. Do you know the distinction between type A and type B physicalist accounts of the mind?
Can I ask?
Because that's really what I'm critiquing.
You're not
here.
answering Ix's question, so I just want to ask: is there any way you can tie this back to a god?
Yeah, of course. But the point is I'm critiquing the physicalist account of the mind, which is going to be reduced to either like an analytic or synthetic identity relation. And it seems like based on the critique, none of you are tracking because you don't understand that basic distinction. That's something we have to cover before you're able to understand the substance of my critique and track in a linear fashion. So I'm happy to give the distinction.
Go ahead. I know that you know more about philosophy than I do, Clark, and I'm happy to learn from you even when I disagree with you about something. So please explain.
Yeah, type A physicalist models are like analytic functionalist views from like David Armstrong and David Lewis, where the idea is that the concept of certain phenomenal mental experiences is just going to be the concept of a state that plays such and such causal role. So the concept of pain, for example, is just going to be the concept of the state that leads to avoidance behavior. And then it's going to be explained that why, when we have pain, we have avoidance behavior, because that's going to be the functional role of the concept. And that would be an epistemically certain condition on the type A physicalist account. And the type B physicalist account is making the opposite claim, where they say there's no analytic a priori connection between the concept and the physical property there. It's just going to be that the concept is referring to the physical property. So it's a synthetic claim. So the point is, my argument is targeting both of those views, which are the only views that any physicalist view in principle could reduce down to if you hold to a global physicalist view. Because my argument is targeting the temporally intrinsic nature of phenomenal properties, given that those phenomenal properties entail certain intentional properties. So if any of you could respond to my argument, I'd enjoy that. Or you could respond to the formal argument. I could give the formal argument in the side chat.
I would still just love to know why you think morality comes from a mind. I don't think that you've addressed intentionality. Again, is just a brain state, and yet we're trying to pull a lot of real world sensory data in. Yes, we can have hallucinations, but as Ix was saying, we are trying to pull a very real phenomena, redness, and we are able to predict that to a high degree empirically. So what does your intentionality, trying to tie these states to being normative, what does that have to do with a god? What does that have to do with your morality?
So the argument is just going to be establishing like a robust realist thesis. So there's going to be a realist account of normativity or moral realism, and that's going to work in conjunction with the irreducible nature of like non-natural mental properties. And given the conjunction of these two theories, it's going to entail an abductive case in favor of theism, given like open contingency arguments that lend credence to the prior probabilities of each of these theories being in conjunction with each other, that entail the set of all synthetic predicates.
So contingency arguments for God?
No, not just the contingency argument. It's going to be a moral realism argument. It's going to be a moral realism argument in conjunction with an argument of the irreducibly normative nature of the mind as well.
Is there a published version of this?
Yeah, Rasmussen, and Brian Cutter published arguments there from the University of Notre Dame. But I also have the formal argument for moral realism because Amy was asking for that. That entails theism. If you'd like, I give the formal argument for that. Did you want that argument?
If you can send me the formal argument, not just for moral realism, but for the whole view.
Here, Amy, yeah. Amy, go ahead and respond to my argument, Amy, in the side chat. Just let me know which premise you reject, okay?
Okay. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Don't.
And I would say I'm a type A. Like, I think these things are reducible to physical facts. We can make abstractions that are descriptive of the physical facts, which are useful descriptively. And we can include people's experiential accounts and kind of combine those in a sort of like hetero phenomenal fashion, where we combine third person and first person information. But the like linguistic claims about like how aboutness or other language concepts work is not going to be like a better explanation or superseding the actual physical facts about how the conscious system works.
Yeah, I mean, the standard worry about like type A physicalist accounts is going to be like, I favor like personal identity arguments, and Swinburne has like the best known versions of these, but Humer's arguments are good too. Basically, the idea is that facts about identity over time are determinate facts. They can't be settled by linguistic conventions. So the contrast here is like Parfit, for example, has the identity of like a book club over time. So if there's like a Kant reading group, for example, say 60% of the members do one thing and 40% do another thing, the larger group is explaining their reading or expanding their readings beyond Kant, and the smaller group is sticking to Kant. The question is going to be which one is numerically identical to the original group, and that's going to be an open question. It's going to be a substantive question. It can't be settled by linguistic convention or stipulation, whereas facts about personal identity over time are determinate. They're not a matter of how we use words. And Parfit gives the example of like the transporter for that as well, like how they're determinate facts about identity. But the point is, like, if we give like a version of like Humer's argument, there's going to be a constraint to that theory of identity that would deliver the result that identity is like a one-to-one relation rather than like a many-to-one relation. So
if I put human brain cells in a petri dish and I plug them into the inputs from the video game Doom, they play the video game Doom. That is what those brain cells learn how to do. They do it excellently, and they output the correct control signals to win at Doom. Right? There's nothing about human brain cells that like inherently contains like normativity or like all of the concepts of identity or selfhood or whatever. If you trained the universal function approximator, aka a collection of neurons that are capable of function approximation of any input to produce matching output and predict and recognize it, it will train to that and successfully be able to respond to it in kind repeatedly over time. The more training it gets, the better it gets at it, and we can do math on this. So I start bottom up with what does neuroscience and what does artificial intelligence biomimicry tell us is happening in the brain. And when we take brain cells and we arrange them and give them a stimuli, they succeed at doing whatever we ask them to do, even if that's to make them like the self-driving system for a car, or to, like get the inputs that a goldfish receives and behave like a goldfish. Now, we can say that given everything we know about what it's like to be a human, and starting with these like very top-down beliefs, sort of I think therefore I am type rationality about the mind, that there are features like direct experience and like phenomenality and the like what it's like to be feelings, that we want whatever account we give of consciousness has to preserve and account and explain those. But we don't really have to have the answer to all of that to say, given what we know about how it works from the bottom up, that the bottom up view is going to be authoritative. And anything that is arrived at by the particular inputs and outputs that we have accustomed ourselves to as humans is not going to supersede the explanation that it all arrives from the bottom up in a neuro function approximating way.
Yeah, I mean, I think the standard worry here is just going to be that you're not giving a conceptual account of phenomenal concepts. I mean, certain physicalists like respond to like these phenomenal problems with like the phenomenal concept strategy, for example, where you say like maybe these phenomenal concepts are just something that there's certain concepts that are associated with our own like self-awareness of our experience that are causally isolated in some way, and they're only present when we're conceiving of ourselves in like a reflective manner. But the point is that even on your model, if you're just hand waving these problems away, then you're not really able to give an account as to how there's knowledge present within any perceptual experience that you have. Because in order for you to have knowledge present in any given experience, you need to have a concept given within that experience for it to be justified in principle. So in that way, yeah, experiences are like making claims, because when you have experience, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, look, we have an analog essentially to concepts when we do essentially stack tracing, where we do functional tracing of a large language model, for instance. When people first use perceptrons like Minsky and Chomsky basically torpedoed the entire field and caused an AI winter because they thought that it just didn't work because it plateaued and didn't get much better. What they were actually at is just sort of like the first hump, where a function approximator with an insufficient number of neurons and an insufficient number of iterations to train them just kind of like it parrots whatever it's told with like a one-to-one lookup table. And if you give it like 20 inputs, it'll get the exact 20 outputs, but there's no generalizability to a 21st or 22nd output. There's no concept there. It's just a lookup table. If you give it 1,000 times more neurons and 1,000 times more iterations, what ends up happening is you give it a 21st and a 22nd input it's never seen before, and it gets it perfectly right. Because whatever concept was true, like let's say the rule is it's the number plus 2, or it's the number divided by 2, or whatever the operation being done on the first 20 inputs is, by the time you give it thousands of times more input and neuron bandwidth, it has enough connections to get the concept right. And now it'll get any possible operation with inputs and outputs correct with the same accuracy as the original 20 that it was trained on. That is a generalization of a concept. That is why if you go to ChatGPT or any language model and you have deep philosophical conversations with it, it's not just a statistical cache of what people already said. It is actually building the concepts, the generalizations, the competency to handle those generalizations and demonstrate that it understands them. And we can prove this now mathematically. We can show that there is a understanding, a machine equivalent of what we would call knowledge, that it can correctly apply a concept in a whole raft of situations that have never been shown to it before in any of the corpus data that it originally started with. This is the neurocorrelate.
So you think that like concepts are like, you think concepts sort of arise from sense data? You think sense data gives rise to concepts?
It's just factually true that humans acquire concepts through the sense data that trains their mind on how to handle those concepts. Yeah.
Right. And do you take it that sense data is going to be a certain type of content that lacks propositional content?
So the raw sense data isn't like labeled or delineated in any manner. It's just it's a pure feed, right? What we mean by
Yeah.
the sense data having content is that there are features in that content that we would pick out and say are the significant features that we are thinking about and like acting upon.
But it
Those
seems
are
like
patterns.
you're saying is
It's just
that like
patterns.
you're saying that this content, which is sense data, is a certain type of content that is not propositional. Is that correct? Because
Yeah,
if it was
so-
propositional, then that means it would be conceptual.
But we
Okay, so-
establish concepts based on repeated exposure to sense data. You discover patterns. The patterns you discover, you predict. You can recognize the same pattern when you see something similar to it, and you can predict what it will do in the future based on what it did in the past. That is what neurons do. We can do it with a petri dish of human brain cells or a giant static array or a giant field array of floating point values. The result is the same whether they're in any substrate. A neurologically arranged set of values with something like backpropagation will entrain on whatever input it gets to predict and recognize that input in the future.
Yeah, I mean the problem is you're saying that the sense data we're dealing with or the content we're dealing with is non-propositional, which would entail that it's non-conceptual. So you're not giving an account as to how it's able to stand in relation to our forms of justification. In order for anything to be justified in principle, it has to be formed conceptually. So it's not going to be the case that sense data is just given to us. It's always in the form of conceptual content. And in order to justify that said perceptual content, you have to have other types of beliefs in order to verify that you have that perceptual content. So it's not that the concepts give rise to the perceptual content, it's that the perceptual content is always formed conceptually and formed propositionally. Would you accept that?
The perceptual content in terms of like the patterns you recognize in the environment, in the sense
Yeah,
data?
the sense data. You agree that that is going to be certain content that is non-conceptual, right? It's going to be non-propositional.
You mean that there are facts about the real world that you're discovering, like that, like a round ball rolls, for instance, and that's not just a concept you have; it's something that physically does.
No, what I'm saying is sense data on your account is non-conceptual. That's what you just said a moment ago. Sense data is going to be the type of data that's just given within the experience of perceiving something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that sort of content is not going to be propositional as well because it's non-conceptual, which means that it would just follow that in principle it can't be justified, right?
But we don't justify sense data; we justify the patterned things that we identify within sense data, right? Like,
yes.
let me put it this way: you can have this entire conversation with a large language model, and it can run circles around you because it knows even more philosophy than you do. At what point do you grant that the large language model, however not human it is, however like inferior it is to a human mind, possesses the competency to handle concepts, and it generalizes what we would call knowledge from situations it has seen before to situations it has never seen before, successfully, maybe better than we do in many cases?
Well, on my view, that's not a problem because I think concepts exist in the world. So I don't think there's this disassociation between content and concepts. I think content is always formed conceptually. That's the only way we could have knowledge of it as a discursive subject. So going back to the point, when you're giving an account of sense data being certain types of content that is non-conceptual, then that would just mean that it can't be justified in principle. So when you're perceiving something, you're staring at a tree, that sense data, the perceptual content there, if it's non-conceptual, non-propositional, then you're conceding that you don't have knowledge present within that experience of what you're looking at all. And not even in principle can you have knowledge because it's non-conceptual.
I don't understand what you're saying. So justification on the basis of sense data is usually just granted as like implicit, right?
Hey,
If I perceive red is probably in front of me, right? It's not certainty justification, but it is inductive justification. I keep seeing red in front of me. I think something red is there, right? That is justified as a belief just from raw sense data.
Yeah, the problem is that sense content is never going to be the type of thing that can provide justification or warrant for our beliefs if it's non-conceptual. So the question is, how do you make sense how do you make sense of non-conceptual content if it's not relating to any concepts? There's nothing
Easily.
about that.
I don't like. Let me put it this way. I don't understand your objection. Everyone I've ever read about sense data just takes for granted that sense data is like a non-propositional justifier of beliefs.
Well,
Where are you getting this?
The problem is if it's non-propositional and non-conceptual, then there's no way it can enter into our logical forms of justification.
We make propositions about it to explain why we hold a belief. Look, the fact that I believe that something is red is not propositional, right? I can say a proposition about it, but I already hold the belief prior to forming the proposition, right?
Yeah, but the problem is that you're saying that sense data is the foundational thing. The concepts don't exist before the sense data. So if you're saying the sense data is some foundational thing, you need some account as to how raw perceptions can enter into inferential justifications without concepts to be justified.
They generate the concepts. Look, here's the thing I don't think you're doing. Every time I say something, you engage with it on a philosophical level to what you think I'm saying in good faith. But you're not engaging with and like discussing it in a way that shows me that you understand it, because you wouldn't ask this question if you understood it. If I train a neural network on the input of a bunch of text that involves a concept, at first it might give answers that are only going to be correct for the stuff that was shown. But after being expanded in its neural capacity and its number of iterations and the number of situations, then I ask it things that have nothing to do with the situations that was originally shown, and it correctly applies that concept in ways that show that it has a competency and an understanding of the concept, right? So that acquisition of ability comes from the raw sense data of all the exposure to the text that it sees at the beginning. It then applies it correctly in the end with enough capacity. Do you grant that that is the case?
No, because what
you
this
don't think
seems
that that's happening?
No, because what this is saying is that we all come into this world as infants with a sort of indeterminate kind of like manifold of different types of properties that we can't make sense of in any sort of sense. It's just this manifold of sense data, and then concepts are generated through the experience of that sense data within this manifold. But I think the opposite is true. I think we do have some basic concepts associated with how we view perceptual experiences as infants, like super basic ones, like that's an object I can grasp. That's something I can hold on to. And in this way, we have sort of a primitive relationship with concepts that already exist prior to our experience. So the point is, on your account, you're saying we come into the world as like blank slates.
Wait. So do you
Yeah.
think that if a baby was magically raised and fed with no sense data in a black abyss and no movement or anything, and it just was kept alive in a black abyss with no movement and no sense data, do you think that if it, let's say, it became 12 years old, would it start having thoughts or like three? Or
Yeah, I mean, I can't know what's going on in someone else's mind, and that's not my claim. My claim is just that concept.
So there would be no neural network developing. No neurons would be developing their.
My claim is just that concepts exist prior to any minds.
No neurons would be developing for language. No neurons would be developing for like anything because there's no sense data, right? And so I would think there would be no thoughts there, right? I think that's the current understanding of that, unless I'm like really dumb.
Yeah, so I mean, my view is that concepts exist outside of any mind, but the point is that if we say like, what? Hold on. The problem is that if you're saying that we come into this world as like blank slates with no sort of concepts at all, then in virtue of us having no beliefs, how could we ever acquire beliefs if we don't come into the world with certain beliefs about our experience, right?
So Taco gave you a good objection, and I gave you a good account of how it actually happens.
You didn't give a good account, though.
If you were born in a petri dish that only gives you the inputs from the video game Doom, the only concepts that you would develop at the capacity to handle would be the inputs for Doom and the outputs necessary to bring about the desired inputs, right? And if you are born in a world like ours, and lots of other people are born in the same world like ours, the similarity of the way we all engage that world makes us think that these are universals, right? Because we all had the same kind of sense data, we all acquired the same kinds of concepts. Feels very universal. But it's just the case that human brain cells in a different substrate with a different context of inputs develop completely differently. And
So
so
you're just saying that indispensability doesn't imply truth.
So I think the problem here is that you're just conceding that there's certain sense content that is non-conceptual that somehow enters into conceptual justification. You're saying it's justified in virtue of you having knowledge of this sense data and this sense experience that you're having. But at the same time, it's not the case that it's conceptual. So if it's non-conceptual and it's non-propositional and it's not relating to inference, how could it enter into inferential justification? It's
the whole idea
self-defeating.
of inference arises from a system that embodies the ability to do inferences. Right?
This guy's a broken record. You're not responding to my objection.
and then I
You're
wanna
just
respond
repeating. You're
afterwards.
repeating your like low tier claim, right? You're not responding in a substantive.
You're not
manner.
engaging at all with the neuroscience. You just are expressing like skepticism that this is possible.
Well, because my critique doesn't have to deal with neuroscience. It's not empirical.
Is there any place for your philosophy of mind to engage with neuroscience? Yes or no?
Yes, at the conceptual level, because a priori conceptual critiques come before any theorizing,
All right.
right?
So engage
So-
with my conceptual critique. So we have this person in an abyss with no sense data that's being kept alive. They're now 25 years old. Do they have thoughts?
Yeah, so again, the question's going to be a category error because on my view, concepts exist outside of minds. So I know you're trying to farm for clips, but you're doing
Can
a
I
terrible
push
job,
back
and you
on
just
that?
got rhetorically outpaced,
Like-
Taco. You look terrible.
So
So just to be very clear, just to be very clear about this,
If it's a category error, what category does it belong in?
Sorry. So concepts, on my view, are non-mental, they're non-spatial, they're non-temporal. So your question isn't targeting anything substantive. Notice how Taco's not able to track. He's just content farming for his like.
So listen for a second. The question is very simple. I hate muting you. I'll unmute you in just a second. But is it the case that they either have no thoughts because they've developed no neurons to be able to do that, or do they have a full unconsciousness there?
Yeah, again, you're asking a question that's a category error. I don't know how you don't understand this, right?
No,
Because
I'm
on my
presenting a
view,
hypothetical situation.
right?
in
Wait, did you just ask me a question? Yes or no?
which you're saying.
Notice how he's not answering. Holy shit, he's stun locked. Taco is so stun locked right now. Jesus Christ, you look terrible in the conversation. Do you
If you're
think you look
ad
good?
hominem, I think that is a low bar. Can I
How is that an
actually?
ad hom? He didn't give a formal
I
argument.
don't really care about any of that nonsense.
Yeah, Taco, you're face down, ass up right now. Just to be very clear. Just to be very clear, you're face down, ass up in the
You're
conversation.
better when you're
Taco.
substantive instead of rhetorical, Clark. Stick to substance. Don't go low.
Oh look, now you're just pivoting to rhetoric because you got blew the fuck out in substance.
I'm asking
right?
you to stop rhetoricking. I'm asking you to stick to the concept.
Well, now you're just pivoting to meta, right? You're just not able to.
All right. So we'll go one more time. So
He's basically rage quitting.
we've got a person in an abyss, right? And they've got no sense data their entire life, right? We know that the sense data is how the neurons develop, right? And how your engagement with language and everything you encounter throughout your life is how you develop, right? Like this is neuroscience. This is what we know, right? And so my position, my belief would be that in this hypothetical, this person would have no thoughts or almost no thoughts. And if they did have any thoughts, it wouldn't be anything we could comprehend. And they probably couldn't even comprehend because they'd have no way to organize it, right? So I'm asking you, Clark, in this situation, if your worldview was correct, would this person have some form of organized thoughts, or what do you think the situation would be for this person in your worldview?
So again, the question you're asking is a category error, you beautiful slow boy, because my claim is that concepts exist outside of any experience in principle.
Can I
so you're a brain dead retard. You're a brain dead retard who's face down, ass up right now in the conversation.
You feel like you're pressed in the.
You haven't answered.
No.
Right,
Oh my
you,
goodness. Okay.
I moved him down. I don't want people saying that on the live streams if we can avoid it.
It's so disappointing because when Clark is substantive, he's very fun to talk to and very interesting.
But I didn't get to press him very specifically because concepts come from the mind. He has no evidence that concepts come outside of the mind. What I very much wanted to ask him is to imagine a Ferris wheel We imagine a Ferris wheel. Is that Ferris wheel in your brain real? The answer is no. It is being generated by your brain, the operating system of which is your mind. The Ferris wheel only becomes a real Ferris wheel when it is built in the physical reality by engineers, people.
Do you guys feel like that example was a fair hypothetical?
I thought
that was a very fair one.
Your original objection, which is basically, given a child that can't move, for instance, and never is able to move, how would they have a concept of grasping? Because he brought up grasping. He thought that the concept of grasping things was like an inherent concept that exists outside of the child's mind, and then is just like accessed by the child's mind somehow. And he brought that one up. And all you had to say was, okay, the child's restrained. They never get to experience grasping. How are they going to have a concept of it? And your examples were all in that direction and were good objections. What he's trying to say, though, I think, is going to be some very technical claim that, like, there's an abstract notion of grasping that is possible, even though the child doesn't have access to it. And so he's not so much making the claim that the act of like thinking about grasping comes from some like Platonic realm, but he's trying to claim that like it is possible to grasp, therefore the possibility of grasping is a concept that exists whether humans are aware of it or not, or something weird like that.
Before I couldn't go on, I just want to. He gave me an argument to go over. I just want to go through that argument. I wanted to see. I translated it into just regular plain English. I wanted to see if he both accepted it and then why we disagreed with it. But just very quickly, premise 1: if X is in a way that is usefully necessary to an essential project, we're justified in believing that X exists. Premise 2: long and careful consideration or discussion is essentially necessary. Premise 3: not being able to be reduced to a standard truths are necessary truths. Conclusion: we are justified in believing not able to be reduced standard truths. Well, my big beef, of course, is what are you plugging into X here? Like, it would almost be redundant. It would be saying the tool that we think is usefully necessary exists. Well, yeah, better. Unless you're trying to say that it is some sort of mental tool, in which case it is contingent, again, on our brain and our mind. So I guess come on next week, tell us why you're, without using ableist language, why your argument is really saying anything. I don't see how this connects us to a god. Maybe you're saying this is the first step in getting us to a god. That's what they always tell us with Kalam. But it seems to be a tautology. If it's necessary and essential, then yes, sure, we're justified in believing it. But I don't know of anything necessary and essential, and I don't know of any evidence for your God. All right, sorry, but send love. I agree with everything Ix and Taco said. What's up?
What's up, Otangelo? So guys, Otangelo was DMing me nonstop saying he wanted to debate Wiseape one-on-one. Wiseape, are you down for that?
Oh my.
Well, Ontangelo is a theist, correct? And I'm a pastor, so I'm here for him, whether he wants to debate or not.
Yeah, you were it sounded a little far away.
No, we can barely hear you, man.
Who, me or Ontangelo?
No, I think the aliens have finally got you.
Yeah, it sounds like a tractor beam or something.
Better now?
Yes.
It's way better.
Much better. Perfect.
Cool. Yeah. So who was it that I wanted to debate, Taco?
Oh yeah. You were asking to debate Wiseape.
Wiseape? Okay, so I don't know who Wiseape is, but fine.
Hi, I can introduce myself really quick. It only takes a couple seconds. I'm Wiseape, the pastor.
Okay, cool. So what is your position? What is your worldview? You are an atheist, agnostic, theist, Christian. What do you defend?
He's an atheist pastor.
Okay. Okay. So give me good reasons to be an atheist.
Don't mistake my silence for weakness. It's a position of strength.
Yeah, so can you answer my question?
Oh my god, you guys don't know why this is so funny. Why
Right?
now is not the time.
Okay.
Not sure what's going on.
What's your question?
Give me good reasons to be an atheist.
First off, I'm a pastor. I don't know why I'm being questioned. I should be preaching right now. How can I help you?
Well, are you unable to answer my simple question?
Just tell me how you need help. Obviously, you're a theist and you need saved, correct?
Well, I think I am already saved, but I think you are not. So what I'm seeing is actually a real weakness because, I mean, if you ask me why I am a Christian and a theist and what are good reasons to be one, then I have no hesitation or any kind of problem to answer that question. And if you are actually basing your views on solidness, then you shouldn't have any problem to answer my question as well.
I see. So what I have to address first and get you to realize is you're in denial. You believe that you're saved. Saved from what?
Well, I'm not answering your question because you have not yet answered mine. So I'll ask again. Can you give me good reasons to be an atheist?
Sure. Probably the best reason, a good reason to be an atheist would be that the theistic proposition is not true. And by that, I mean it does not comport to reality or the correspondence theory of truth.
Yeah. This is an absolute claim which I'm not buying because nobody has access to ultimate reality. You don't know if there is something or not beyond the physical natural world. Neither do I, and neither does anyone else. Nobody has this answer.
Well,
And
fine.
you
If your
claim,
position,
well, I didn't finish yet. So basically, on what you are claiming is that you do actually have that absolute knowledge, which I am not buying. So if you
no,
make
that's
that, please back it up.
so your worldview, your position is pulled out from an something that's non-demonstrable, right? So your premises come from the void, sir. Why should we take them seriously?
So are things only true if they can be demonstrated to be true?
If you're going to advocate for them, right, it would seem that you'd only be warranted advocating for something that has some sort of demonstrability.
Yeah, as I told you, the claim that you have made is non-demonstrable and is unsupported. You cannot prove what you just claimed to be factual.
So atheism is not a positive claim. It's just a disbelief in your proposition, right? So
you ain't educating me what atheism means. And if you have absolutely nothing positive to put on the table here, then I question myself, why are you engaging us? Because I don't care about your disbelief, what you don't believe in. I couldn't care less about
Right.
that.
So I
What
think
I
we
want
should get
to
we should get
know,
to the
what
meat
I
of
want,
it. I should
what
start
I
sharing my
want,
salvific plan
don't
with you.
interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please. What I want to know, if you want to have a meaningful conversation with me, is positively why you hold to the no God belief and the atheistic worldview.
Hey,
And if you
neutral
cannot
point of
answer it,
moderation, Otangelo. That's a super fair question to ask, but you asked like 5 questions, and we're like, "Hey, I'll answer your question if you respond to my question," and then you ask like 5 questions. I think it would be fair to allow Wise Ape to interject for a moment, and then you can jump back in.
okay.
Can I propose that we have a proposition? Like, if you're going to have a debate, you should like make a proposition. Otangelo, do you have a propositional claim?
Yes, I believe that based on at least 10 lines of evidence, the proposition that most likely God exists is true.
I say we focus on one line of evidence.
I mean, you can list 10 if you have a sentence to list them all.
Yeah, you want 10? Okay. The universe most likely had a beginning, therefore a cause. The universe is based on physical laws, which are based on mathematics. That depends of someone.
Can you just paste it in the chat? If you're reading from something, can you paste it in the chat?
No, I'm not. I'm not reading from anywhere. I'm just pulling that out from my mind. Okay.
So why do you say it's most likely the universe had a beginning without any priors or with no process involved?
So you asked me to give you 10 reasons to believe in God. I started. I was at the second. I was at the second.
The first one is the universe has a beginning.
Okay, I'll type it out. I got you. I'll type it out. Just restart from the get-go and give me a moment to type it out.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible in each point. Okay. Okay. So the universe most likely had a beginning, therefore a cause. The universe is based on mathematical laws, therefore it needs a mathematician, which instantiated these laws. The universe is based on fine-tuning in order to be supportive to life, therefore it requires a fine-tuner. Life depends on the selection of 4 basic building blocks, which are complex macromolecules. They need to be selected. That needs a selector. Life depends on genetic and epigenetic information. That means it needs a coder. Coders come only from intelligent minds.
Oh boy.
Life depends on molecular machines, which have a specific purpose. Machines have always and only been seen to be instantiated by intelligent minds. There is there are objective moral truths, and that needs a moral giver, an objective moral giver. We exist based on consciousness. Consciousness cannot be the result of atoms and matter. Therefore, it requires
Source,
a
please.
mind which instantiated minds. I think I gave already 10, right?
What's 8?
Well, what was the 8th one? We exist based on consciousness? That was really convoluted the way you explained that.
He said we exist based on consciousness, which can't be a result of matter and requires a mind to instantiate minds.
Yeah. So
you got it
next
written
point.
down better. Cool.
Yeah, I'll give you another 2. I believe that the Bible is the revelation of the true creator of the physical world. That is based on prophecies which have been fulfilled, and in special Jesus Christ as God incarnate, which was crucified and did resurrect, and we have an empirical link through the Shroud of Turin.
Okay, what's 10?
Well, you can put two points here. One is fulfilled prophecies in the Bible, and the last is the Shroud of Turin, which is the corroboration of the gospel accounts. So Jesus Christ indeed did resurrect and demonstrated this through the imprint of the image on the Shroud of Turin, which was done miraculously.
Okay, I put the slightly shortened so I could keep up with the typing version in the chat. If you can see the chat, you can tell me if I've got any of those wrong in a significant way, but it's the short version of what you said. Do you want to go through them? Okay. The universe has a beginning, a cause, underdetermined. We don't know if the universe has a beginning. There's a lot of candidate theories which also account for all the facts that we observe, that the universe is cyclic and eternal. There's a lot of possibilities that can best explain the facts that the universe is a, the way Sean Carroll puts it, is a basically a phase space where all the physically possible universes essentially exist as branching conditional universes. They're all real. We're in one of them. There's lots and lots of cosmologies. The cosmologists putting these forward have like testable predictions that we could find that are fingerprints that would show that there was like a previous expanding, crunching cycle or something of that nature. We just don't know. It's underdetermined. So we don't know that the universe has a beginning. Any objections?
You want me to address your first objection?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. So what you have put on the table are hypotheses, which I think they are not plausible. We have three main reasons to believe that the universe actually started to exist. First is Big Bang cosmology. The second is the second law of thermodynamics. And the third is philosophy of time. We cannot transverse an infinite period of time to arrive at this present moment in time. So past cannot be infinite.
Okay, so the math of time being infinite isn't a problem for physicists. It's mostly just a philosophical objection to people saying you can't construct like infinite number series or something like that. It doesn't really hold any water with physicists. They have no trouble imagining an infinite time series. The other thing you brought up was, say what your three objections were again.
The first is Big Bang cosmology, and the second is the second law of thermodynamics.
Right. So all Big Bang cosmology tells us is that prior to a possible singularity that the universe that we can observe starts with, we don't know what happened. It doesn't mean that there was no universe before that. And you also, he brought up like laws of thermodynamics. So it's just like a part-whole distinction error to say that something that's true of a part of something is going to be true of the whole of the thing, right? There's tons of examples of things where we can say some law holds about the parts of a thing that do not hold about the whole that contains the parts, right? And yeah, these objections don't work, Otangelo. I would grant that we think that most of what we can know about the universe has a cutoff point beyond which it's very hard to say much more than that. However, when we look with big telescopes at very, very, very distant galaxies and we look at the structure of the universe and so on, we find peculiarities in the sort of the ripples in the formations of galaxies and so on, which suggests that the universe may be a scale invariant infinite thing rather than a locally finite explosion from one point that we observe. So if it's the case that we have a universe region which has a bang in it, and all the stuff that we observe is part of that bang that emerged from it, but that the farthest reaches of the universe are actually an infinite series of such bangs that just keep occurring, then we don't really know if the universe has a beginning or not. But it does not seem to be the case that physicists can conclude that the universe has a definite beginning just because there's a limit in a singularity to our observations. So you're just making a false conclusion that physicists don't share.
Yeah, of course, my conclusion is philosophical. The fact that I am using philosophy in my theology and science in my epistemological framework isn't a sign of weakness or that it's wrong. And I'm using abductive reasoning to the best explanation, and that's sufficient because, as I said previously, I do not need to have proof because nobody has proofs in regards of ultimate reality. So the best explanation suffices to me. And I think that you criticized that my argument of infinite time is philosophical. I don't think this is a sound criticism because philosophy is perfectly fine to make an argument which is conductive and positive to infer a creator. And in regards of the fact that you claim universe can be infinite in the past, there is a severe problem. As soon as you posit that the universe in the past was in time and depends on sequential events, that means that if you look past into the past, then and you claim that it is infinite, then the question is, how can you arrive at this present moment in time and transverse it if it is from infinite past? Because there will always be an infinite period of time in between whatever point you take in the past. You will never arrive at this moment in time. So that is, in my understanding, a clear defeater that a universe which exists in a theory of time and with sequential events can be past eternal.
Antangelo, you've had a lot to say, right? And I've been silent through much of this debate, and I think that demonstrates that my position is stronger.
That's a perfect time to use that, Wizard. Good job.
So we don't just assume that the way that time works is like a person putting a block in front of another block over and over again, the way that we construct numbers when we start with a number system, right? What physicists say about time works fine with infinite time. There's nothing about physics numerically that requires some starting point. In fact, what people generally find is that most systems that are true about the standard model of physics have things like symmetry, right? And symmetry is a very weird property, which includes, if it's the case that time is symmetrical, that there is no like single arrow of time going in one direction. This could just be sort of like the way that conscious beings experience time as a result of the way our brains interpret data, right? Like, I don't know if you've ever seen Red Dwarf, but there's a really funny episode of Red Dwarf where everyone is experiencing everything backwards, and that's just how their planet works. And the humans that arrive on it have to learn to do things backwards to get along with everybody else there, basically. The bias that we have is based on where we are born in the universe, how our brain works, the way we interpret things. And so we assume that things work the way that they appear, the same way that a creature that could see the infrared spectrum of light and not the visible spectrum might conclude that the visible objects don't exist. There's only infrared energy, right? So it's just like, it's foolish to think just because we think a certain way about constructing numbers that physics has to work that way. And guess what? Physicists don't think that it works that way. So your opinion is just not shared by physicists.
Yeah, I am not simply making here a thought or logical claim. I'm making a claim based on our experience. And you are basically making an objection based on hypothesis which is entirely unsupported by our experience. So why should I stick to something which has no empirical support whatsoever? We experience time only flowing in one direction and not in another. So basically what you have is speculation and unsupported hypothesis on the table, while on the other side, I am giving here a clear logical argument why there has to be a starting point in order for us to arrive at this present moment in time. If there is an infinite interval in between, then the time can flow for an infinite period of time, and we still will not arrive at this present moment in time. So in order for us to be here, there needs to be a starting point.
So I like phenomenal or epistemic conservatism in the sense that, yes, if someone's going to make an extraordinary claim, like that a God exists, I'm going to require a very strong argument for that because it's contrary to all of my experience, right? But my experience is going to have limits for things that are highly counterintuitive. And that's true of physics. If you ask me, like, would I agree intuitively that like double slit experiments are true, or that like wave interference pattern collapse is the way that it is? No, I would not think those things intuitively, and I would just have to stand back and say, well, the experiments work, they work repeatedly, the math works and explains and predicts the experiments, the physicists have the floor on this one. My opinion doesn't really count. So your opinion about how numbers work doesn't really have any bearing on how physics is done or the predictions that physics makes, because physicists' predictions have the advantage that they can make predictions like with the electron minute to like 100 decimals of precision and get it right and find that things really are the way that the model would predict that it has to be. Whereas your sort of a priori reasoning about how you think numbers have to work and how you think it can't be infinite just because, well, you don't experience things being infinite, doesn't work. You just have to stand back and say, look, physicists say that it's underdetermined, time could be infinite, then your position is not justified.
Yeah, I don't go by blind faith based on what physicists say. I usually, even if I am a layman in physics and cosmology and so forth, I try to understand by myself what is being claimed. And the claim that the universe cannot be past eternal based on philosophy of time is irrelevant to what physicists say. It is relevant to a logical fact which I exposed twice, which I will not expose a third time.
Well, I'll just move on because you don't seem to care that the majority of physicists just disagree with you that time can be infinite.
Well, I mean, I think that argument ad populum or consensus is a very, very bad argument. We know that
they're qualified in a field that they study, like time.
Well, the thing is that 100 years ago, the consensus view was that the universe was, as you are claiming right now, past eternal. And then in 1931, with Georges Lemaitre, came Big Bang cosmology, which was ridiculed by Fred Hoyle and others. And they took a long time to accept it. And consensus view shifted to the consensus that the Big Bang cosmology is actually more plausible than
but the Big Bang cosmology is compatible with infinite time. You haven't understood this. They're not saying that there was no Big Bang. They're saying that there's a possibility of cyclic crunch, right? So things can expand and contract. That is a very popular view amongst physicists today. The observational limit of a singularity destroying all the information that you can get prior to that singularity does not mean that there's nothing prior to the singularity. This is what I've tried to explain to you. You keep repeating it as though if Big Bang cosmology is true, therefore the universe is finite. It is not the case. It does not follow. Good day, sir. What is your next point? So let's go to number 2.
Yeah, so I completely disagree with you on this point, and I'll quote you here. The ability of the universe to oscillate is dependent upon a certain critical mass. This critical mass is required to slow the expansion of the universe and force a contraction. In this total mass, if this total mass is not present, which seems likely, then the universe will continue to expand into eternity. Even if there were enough mass to cause the universe, the result of that collapse would be a big crunch, and opposed to another Big Bang. The reason that the universe would not bounce if it were to contract is that the universe is extremely inefficient entropic. In fact, the universe is so inefficient that the bounce resulting from the collapse of the universe would be only 0.0000001% of the original Big Bang. Such a small bounce would result in an almost immediate recollapse of the universe into one giant black hole for the rest of eternity. So this is from Alan.
This doesn't. It doesn't address the actual cyclic models. So I'll just give you a couple of the actual cyclic models to address instead of just giving a critique of one. You could actually understand how they work. Conformal cyclic cosmology by Roger Penrose, one of the most highly decorated physicists of our time, suggests the universe expands until it effectively resets due to the loss of mass of all particles, leading to a new Big Bang. Brain gas cosmology, right? String theory models suggest that bangs are caused by collisions of higher dimensional brains. And we could go on to all the cyclical models that you don't know about. But the point is, physicists do not think that there's some a priori objection to eternal time. They think that there might be empirical evidence that the universe may have one cosmology or the other, but there's no like mathematical resistance to the idea of eternal time amongst physicists. It's just an empirical question that's underdetermined and has multiple explanations. So why don't we move on to the next point? Because this is not informative or persuasive.
Let's go to the next point. What other point would you like to discuss?
Okay. So number 2, the universe has mathematical laws and it needs a mathematician.
Right. What is
Would
your
you like to expound on
objection?
that? So can you expound, because it's not exactly an argument. It's a claim.
Well, do you disagree that the laws of physics, they are based on mathematics?
I would agree that mathematics is indispensable to the way we do physics to explain the natural world.
Well, I think that we do not only discover that mathematics grounds the physical laws, but the question is what originates them? Because there is no physical principle that dictates, or there is no physical need that dictates that the laws of physics need to be grounded based on mathematics. So the question is, what is the source that instantiates these laws based on beautiful mathematics?
Well, there's a sense in which geometry is a grounding for like the apparently mathematical behaviors of objects. And geometry, I don't mean the mathematical formulations of it, I mean the physical thing that it is describing, right? So the geometry of an object, independent of our like geometric formulation about the object, is, for example, such that inverse square laws result from a thing emanating from a central point, either like multiple instances like particles decaying away from that point or something. When you emit all the particles from the same point and they all go at the same speed in different directions, the geometric description of that is going to be a circular or spherical like thing because they all travel the same amount of distance from a central point. When we do geometry, we're just using a language to formalize the state of affairs which is occurring, which is a thing going away in every direction at the same distance can be called a sphere. How is that a significant like proof that the universe has to have a mathematical designer? It's just the case. It couldn't be any other way. It's like saying that, you know, if 1 is equal to 1, then that proves that the universe is created by a logician, right? Like, you don't need a logician for things to be themselves. The laws of thought, so-called, are not laws given by a lawgiver. They're just like obvious truths about things being themselves.
Yeah, when we are talking about physical laws, then of course we are not talking about similar things like logical laws or laws in jurisdiction. When we are talking about physical laws, then this means that the universe operates in an orderly and predictable fashion in a certain way, and that is something which is, as you yourself, you just gave me an argument which actually supports my point of view. There is no physical need that the universe, for example, is made based on 4 dimensions. And if it would be made of 11 dimensions or a different dimension than it actually is, we wouldn't be here. So the fact that it is possible that there would be other dimensions, but there are precisely 4 dimensions which permit a life-permitting universe, which is a prerequisite to have a life-permitting universe, that demands an explanation. And as well, the fact that the universe indeed operates orderly. That is not a free lunch.
I just presented an argument. I just presented an argument that says the opposite of what you're saying. What I said, for instance, because I had a person come on the show, maybe people remember it, and he said, well, I have proof that God exists. Did you know that radio waves emitting follow an inverse square law, and gravity from a central point follows an inverse square law? How could they have the same equation without a mathematician assigning the same equations, these 2 different special cases, arbitrarily by his selection, right? And I just explained to him, how could it be any other way that things emanating from the same point in all directions at equal speeds or with equal forces would arrive at the outer places at different distances? What explanation would you appeal to say that it could be any other way? There's no way it couldn't be an inverse square law, right? So if you want to say that the structure of the universe appearing to be discoverable and explainable by mathematics is some kind of miracle that proves that someone went to each thing with the checkboard and said, I think I'll make this equation here and this equation here, and I'll do it all in a really orderly way so it'll make sense. It's like some conscious decision rather than like the inescapable consequences of the properties of things arranged themselves in some dimensions, then it just doesn't follow. So when you're going to then say, oh, well, the dimensions themselves, they must have been arranged because someone really wanted a three-dimensional universe and had a plan for it. It's just as silly, right? No matter where you go down on the mathematical stack, we're not going to say that there is some like selection psychological criteria process necessary for that to be the case. We would assume that if the universe is three-dimensional, it's because of reasons about the universe that maybe we don't understand yet that make it that way. Just like every other thing geometrically and mathematically is just a logical consequence of the properties of the things, not some like psychologically selectable criterion-based, you know, I like this math here and this math here.
Well, I think that the fact that the universe operates in a stable and predictable manner isn't a free lunch. It could be completely oscillating all the time. So the question here is, why is that the case? And if it would be oscillating, if the four fundamental forces, which supposedly are the product of a unified force, which then phase shifted into four distinct forces and then remained stable,
I think my
and
brain is
precisely the
oscillating.
right forces which are actually necessary to have stable atoms, stars, planets, molecules, chemistry, and life in the end. So the question is, why is that the case? And you cannot just invoke.
I just told
yes,
you
I am,
that since
because we are talking
everything we
here-
know about the mathematical universe is a logical consequence that couldn't be any other way, why would the laws of mathematical reality itself be psychologically selectable? You say that it's possible. I can say that it's conceivable. Like we can conceive of a universe where square circles exist linguistically, right? But we know that it doesn't make sense to have a universe of square circles any more than it doesn't make sense to have a universe that is completely arbitrary and where all the properties are all random, right? We can talk about it. It makes for a fun story, but it's probably implausible in a like a natural. It's like what is it called in terms of modal possibility, right? It is not a it's not like a natural modal possibility for everything to just randomly vary, because just because we can say it doesn't mean that it like has any reason to exist that way. Everything that exists in our universe intimately ties together in a way that couldn't be any other way. Everything in the universe you're proposing is arbitrary. If you're going to say that that's likely to be the case, or equally likely to be the case, or just like on equal par with our universe, why don't we just say trivialism is true?
Yeah, this is a very extreme and I would say even desperate argument trying to claim that there couldn't be another way than the existence of a life-permitting universe. This is a very extreme a position which is absolutely not shared by physicists and astronomers. It's precisely because we know that that other different universes could be possible, that for example, the multiverse hypothesis is proposed to put God on side. So it is perfectly possible to have a universe which is void of atoms, void of matter, void of stars, void of.
But you're not talking about the math of the three-dimensional universe itself. You're talking about different like empirical facts about the contents of the universe, right? So if what you want to say is the universe follows math, because we're not in fine-tuning land yet. We're just talking about the existence of math that explains the universe, right? Math is a system of self-consistent propositions that are self-defined and internally applied in a consistent way. The universe, as far as we know it, follows mathematically consistent things, and everything about it works that way. Why would we assume that the math that the universe is fundamentally based on is arbitrarily selected, whereas all of the math that is in the universe is not? I'm not saying it's impossible, it just seems like there's no reason to suppose that.
Well, that would be the same thing as to say there could be no different rules than those which are applied to play chess. Of course, there could be other rules, and then the game would be different. The same is with the universe. There could be other different rules, or no rules at all, or chaotic rules, and all these alternative scenarios would be non-life conductive, and the universe would either not exist at all or be non-life permitting. So indeed, the fact that
That's getting
the
into fine
universe
tuning. You're just talking about the values of the parameters, not the existence of this fundamental mathematical structure itself.
Yeah, but again, these mathematical laws could be non-instantiated. That would be perfectly possible, and then we wouldn't have a universe which is orderly, predictive, and conductive to life. So still, it demands an explanation why the universe operates based on physical laws and mathematics rather than not. That's not the free lunch.
I gave the example of like inverse square laws where different phenomena follow the same mathematics simply because it couldn't be any other way, because that's how geometry works. Geometry is just a fact of the world that we have a language to describe, right? And it couldn't be any other way. So given the fact that there are things like mathematical geometries which are a description of the true nature of reality, that it just doesn't make sense to be any other way, why would we assume that there's a universe which just has no mathematical predictability to it that God could have selected and we're living in one just because he felt like it, right? It just doesn't follow to say, well, I don't know how the universe got to have all these things which appear to be like self-consistent logical consequences that couldn't be any other way. So someone must have arbitrarily made things to be in a world where things are self-consistent and like cannot be any other way. You're saying that things are that things are mathematical, aka couldn't be any other way, because someone broke the rule of things being any other way and made them this way when they could have been some other way. Like either the universe is mathematical or not. I believe that the universe is mathematical. I believe that there is no choice involved in how the universe ends up being. That's easy to be consistent about. I think that the universe works the same top to bottom, that if there's a multiverse, there's a mathematical reason for it. If there is a cyclical cosmology or a finite cosmology, that there's a mathematical reason for it. I don't think that some violation of everything that we observe has to be used to explain everything that we observe.
Yeah, again, I mean, I would repeat myself again. You think that it is perfectly explainable by unguided random evidence that the universe operates based on physical laws. I think that demands an explanation, and if there is no mathematician to instantiate these laws, then they would not be implemented, and we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's very silly. Math is a language we use to describe things that we discover that are regularities about the world. It is not like math couldn't be formulated some other way. It is simply that the things that it refers to are the way that they are. So however we formulate it, it has to conform to those things to be a successful predictor of those things. So things just have to be a certain way for there to be a math about them. It doesn't mean that the universe was created by someone that does math.
Yeah, and I see it that there is no deeper reasons by unguided or non-intelligent means why there should be the implementation of mathematical laws which permit existence of an orderly and predictable universe. And
okay.
that's
it's not persuasive, Angelo. It's not persuasive. We don't have to know why the universe is the way that it is to learn by observing it that it is mathematical, and we don't need to posit some mathematician consciously violating all of the mathematics of the universe by somehow violating math to create math. Let's move on to point 3.
Yeah, I just would like to give the last word here. Your view is that mathematics are just discovered. My view is that yes, mathematics are discovered, but they are also implemented, instantiated, and they demand an explanation why that is the case. And I only see an intelligent mind, which is a mathematician.
I gave the example.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what you're saying. I gave the example of geometry. I think geometry is real. I don't think geometry is discovered, right? I'm happy to be like half Platonist when it comes to geometry. I don't think we make it up, right? I think points like lines with the same force emanating from the same point are going to make a thing you could call a sphere in any possible mathematics or way of thinking about it. There's no psychology selection involved there, right? It doesn't get you to, therefore God did it. It gets you to any three-dimensional manifold is going to have the same geometry. It's logical consequence. It's not a choice. It's not psychologically selected. We didn't pick the math of our universe by having a god that did it. The math of our universe is a consequence of some properties of the way things are.
Yeah,
So
I
let's
will
move on
give
to
you
the next point.
Yeah, no, I think there is still meat here. I'll give you a practical example here. The charge of an atom is neutral, and that depends on a very specific mass of the protons and neutrons. And if that were not the case, and it is perfectly possible that you have a different composition of protons with another composition of quarks and ups and downs, and there are theoretical models which make calculations how that would affect the make of the universe if these compositions would be different. They would be non-life conductive, and there is no reason why the composition is precisely conductive to have stable atoms based on neutrality of charge. So that demands an explanation. Why is
Are you
the
talking
mass
about
of
neutrons or
protons-
atoms? You said neutrons have a neutral charge. You said atoms have a neutral charge.
Yes, that atoms have a neutral charge because the neutron is neutral. The proton is positive, and the electron is negative, and they cancel out each other. And then you have neutral atoms, and you don't have ions, which then would annihilate. So you have
some atoms are neutral. So atoms that have a different number of protons and electrons are not neutral. You're just talking about neutrons being neutral.
No, I said that neutrons are negative and protons are positive, and electrons are
You're
negative,
confused,
and
dude.
they cancel.
You forgot your physics. Neutrons are neutral.
Yeah, okay, but
it's literally the name. It's called a neutron because it's neutral. Go back to physics.
Right. Okay.
Jesus.
So the point here is that
where we're at.
atoms, in order to be stable, they need to be charge neutral. And if they are not, they annihilate. And that depends on the forces which operate in the atoms, in the core, in the protons and neutrons. And if that wouldn't be the case, then you wouldn't have stable atoms and no stars, no planets, no life. And that demands an explanation.
Ions are an unequal number of protons and electrons such that they have an electric charge. The universe is filled with ions as well as neutral atoms. You just don't know physics.
Yes. Okay, I'm not an expert in physics, but the thing is that there are ions which annihilate, but there are stable atoms, and this stability demands mathematical rules which are not determined by something which dictates that it has to be the way it is.
It's clear that you don't know basic physics. Let's just move on.
Okay.
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 And by the way, if anybody wants to take one of these, I don't want to hoard all the Otangelo.
No, it's been fun.
Okay. 3. The universe needs fine-tuning for life.
Yes, I've written actually.
Do you still want to try to prosecute this, given the fact that you don't know physics?
Well, I mean, that's unfair to say because I was confused in regards of a neutral, positive, and so forth. That I'm confused in general on physics. That's an unfair criticism.
I think we should skip the physics stuff with you because you don't know it, and it's just kind of mean to talk about.
Yeah.
Why don't we move on to the biology stuff?
Yeah, that's unfair again to say because
I
was confused in regards of positive and negative. So I don't know anything about physics at all. That's an unfair criticism. And
no, it's the young
let's talk about life
creationism.
since you specialize in the biology stuff, right? Number 4.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about chemistry, biochemistry, and so forth. So, yeah, so the argument which I gave in the beginning is that life depends on genetic information and information which is instructional, which dictates how to make things for specific purposes, has always and exclusively been observed to come from an intelligent source. So, the argument is that since we discovered that genes store instructional complex specified information, it is plausible and rational to infer that at the beginning there had to be a mind which instantiated this information in genes in order for life to be possible to start.
Okay. So what prediction would you make based on your theory about where life would begin?
Okay, so I'd say that as soon as you can falsify the intelligent design hypothesis that instructional assembly information comes always from a mind, I will change my position.
No, I'm asking if you have a hypothesis. If you have a biological hypothesis about the origin of life, you would make a prediction about where and how it would start. So what is your prediction?
My prediction is that instructional assembly information to make complex machines for specific purposes always and always comes from a mind.
I have a question after this.
So you're proposing simply that a mind just made it?
Yes.
Okay. And where did the mind first make life? And under what conditions? What point in biological and natural history did this mind first make life?
Yeah, that I would say this is the wrong question. What you should
I'm asking you to explain your theory.
Well, the thing is that what is the path to the cause. So when we see a blueprint or a plan to make a machine, then we always know, based on our own experience, that the source for that blueprint must be a mind. That's the argument.
Okay, so what you're saying is you have no idea like when or how this mind would do such a thing. You don't have any mechanism. You just think that a mind could do it, and you have an objection that you think a mind must have done it, so you assume that the mind did it.
Yeah, so what you need to do right now is, if you think that you have a case which falsifies my prediction and my hypothesis, you need to demonstrate that a non-mental, non-intelligent mechanism has not only the same, but eventually even superior causal power of instructional information, a blueprint to make machines with specific purposes. Once you can present that, then you not only falsify my prediction and my hypothesis, but eventually you have even a case.
So the questions I asked you are the questions that like an actual theory of the origin of life would be able to make if it had some like novel testable predictions about how life began. And since yours is literally a fairy tale story where you just assume that someone snapped it into existence by thinking about it and coming up with a plan, I'm going to now explain to you, which I know that you're familiar with, even though you don't do any reading on it every time I ask you to do so, but you had to concede after about a year of coming on here that I had explained to you multiple times the clay substrate autocatalyzation of long chains that can form into polymers. Some of those polymers can assemble into complex chemistry, metabolic pathways using a lipid as a protocell membrane that keeps their reagents and results internal to itself so that it can eventually expand its outputs to the point where it splits into two and cell reproduction begins at that point. And at that point, the variation in the resulting products is going to give a very simple form of chemical evolution, which eventually results in replicases, which eventually results in something like an early RNA world of simple replicators like RNA. I've given you this account. You claimed that the clay hypothesis is impossible because they did it wrong and they only used like fake restricted clay conditions. Then I showed you that hundreds of different versions of clay were tested, including the ones that most commonly occur at, and here's the most important part, the predicted geothermal vent location, which has the necessary energy and conditions to be the place where life began. And guess what? Not only does it work, not only do you like fail to engage with it or do any readings on it to understand it, but it makes a prediction that the oldest known life would be found at those geothermal vents, which it is. This prediction was novel when they made it, and the resulting investigation keeps finding older and older and older life the more we investigate geothermal vents. So my model not only has a complete causal history of how you go from clay, polymers, lipid protocells, replicases, RNA, DNA, and so on by variation of replicating, expanding products. It also generated the prediction that the best environment for that would be geothermal vents. Therefore, the oldest life is probably there, which turned out to be true. So how does your model compare with my model? I know that you're going to say that it has a priori reasons why you think it's true because you just don't believe that this could account for information being created. But it seems like your model predicts nothing and my model predicts everything.
Yeah. So since a year, which you are claiming that we had this last conversation, and I remember that you were talking about this, the RNA polymerization on clay has absolutely nothing to do with the quest of biological information. So you moved goalposts from one topic to the other. Secondly,
if a replicator replicates itself, is that replicator a form of information?
Wait. I did let you talk for more than 5 minutes. I listened to you, and I would appreciate if you grant me the same while I'm responding to your gobbledygook. Okay? So I actually
Wait, you're saying what Ix was gobbledygook?
Well, wow.
Finish,
Can I finish, please? Without being
Sure, but you
interrupted?
threw in an ad hominem.
Okay,
That's why I'm
thank you.
interrupting.
Thank you. I appreciate
You are
it.
welcome. Just don't throw out ad hominems
Wow.
and then don't expect it not to be
Wow.
interrupted for them.
Wow.
Wow.
It's not an ad hominem when I am
Wow.
criticizing the argument as gobbledygook. Okay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I actually appreciate Darth Dawkins because that's from where I got this
Oh boy.
this characterization of atheism nonsense.
Well, that
Gobbledygook.
explains a lot.
Oh, that's
Let's just let
wow.
Tangela finish. Let's just let Tangela finish.
Can I finish, please? Thank you.
Yes.
So in this interval of 1 year, I wrote a 3-volume book, which you can find on Amazon. It's called X-Ray of Life. And it has close to 2,000 pages, and it is a catalog of close to
2,000 pages of gobbledygook.
What's it called again? Hold on, can you tell me what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's called X-Ray of Life. Okay. You can just find my name on Amazon and you'll find the series. There I go in all these claims which you just listened as a gish gallop from RNA hypothesis to hydrothermal vents to self-replication to chemical evolution and all these terms. The thing is that science, rather than having coming closer in 70 years of abiogenesis research to actually solve the quest and the problem of the origin of life, it has unraveled layers upon layers of more and more complexity and problems which have just piled up. They have not been solved. So rather than science coming closer to actually solving the mystery of the origin of life, it has actually unraveled the hugeness of the problem if you presuppose unguided random events. One of the big problems is the fact that there was no natural selection on the supposedly prebiotic Earth, which could have selected the basic building blocks of life. The second problem is that these building blocks, these chemicals, rather than complexifying, they become asphalts. They become usable to make.
Sorry, what?
Then you have the problem which I mentioned before, which you have not addressed, which is the sequence problem, to have the nucleotides in the right complex sequence, which then can bear information. And then even if you have a genome, what does a genome on itself if it doesn't have a gene regulatory network which actually selects when and where to express the information? Then what is a genome good for, or RNA string or polymer, if you don't have the machinery to transcribe and translate that information into a useful product, which is proteins? Then you have the circularity problem. You need proteins to make RNA and DNA, but you need RNA and DNA to make proteins. What came first? That infers that life is an all or nothing business. The gradual narrative is just gobbledygook. It is a fairy tale which people believe, which have never studied
Oh,
the
here we
topic.
go.
But I'd say that origin of life is a real naturalism killer. There are so many problems, as I said, close to 2,000, and there is no answer to not even one of these 2,000 problems. And you guys simply believe it. So you guys criticize us because we believe in a God, but you need much more faith.
Yeah, use believe as a pejorative when it suits you.
Are you done, Tangela?
Yeah.
Okay, we let you finish. I apologize for the interruptions. So you brought up a lot of stuff, but I'm going to just first point out that all of the questions about the direction that evolution takes after the first replicators have variation and competition for successful variations is kind of moot. So when we're talking about abiogenesis, getting into how did this gene regulatory network develop and how did this part of DNA work is all essentially too late, right? Once the bootstrapping of replicators begins, it's over, right? Which is why I keep bringing up with you the polymerization of replicases. Once you have replicase polymerization in lipid membranes, you have all the necessary stochastic encapsulation, right? Different molecules are going to have different varied properties and success rates. So variability of success rates means that if it gets to a certain expansion of its products where it keeps replicating and then it splits, and if one half of the split has more of certain chemicals or certain properties that's more successful than the other, then the more successful one is going to predominate, and eventually the ones that predominate the most become more advanced replicases and have more complex information. And everything follows from varied competitive replication. So you essentially are done the moment that you can't establish that protocells can initiate replication. And the moment that you have to grant that clay is a substrate that just polymerizes huge polymer chains of 50 to 150 codons in length, since it does that, and you can't say that it doesn't, and since the variations in those can result in speciation and variable competition of its resulting replicases, it's over. Life begins, whether you like it or not, in random polymers encapsulated in protocells.
Yeah, there are so many problems with what you're claiming. One is, for example, that these supposed protocells, these lipid membranes, they are very, very heat sensitive. They dissolve very rapidly. Then functional cells, they need membrane proteins which control homeostasis in the cell. You need to have the right calcium rate in the cell 10,000 times less than outside. Otherwise, you have no signaling and no life. And that are proteins which establish that, which need to be encoded. And you told about, well, 50 RNAs, that's nothing, just to the transferase center in the ribosome, which has 1,900 RNAs. And the reaction center requires one very specific RNA, which is the A2451. And if that one isn't at the right place, you have no reaction, you have no polymerization in the ribosome, and you have no polymer strand orchestrated and made by the ribosome. So how do you get the transferase center with 1,900 RNAs if you are getting in these experiments maximum 50, which is the eigen threshold? You cannot go move further than that. But let's even suppose that in a freaking accident on the prebiotic Earth, your clay mechanism would have synthesized and polymerized 1,900 RNAs, and you would have gotten a transferase center of a ribosome. So what? If you don't have all the other things which are required for translation, there will be no translation. So this is an entire chain of machines which need to be in the right sequence, fully operating in order for you to start having gene expression and as a product proteins. This is an extremely complex process which cannot evolve in an evolutionary fashion as naturalists try to claim. And self-replication has never been demonstrated that RNA self-replicating ribozymes have never been synthesized and demonstrated in the lab. They always need a template.
So it has been the case that chemical replicases that expand their reactants in an autocatalytic manner have been demonstrated, and that they result in expanding and dividing protocells, which continue to expand until they consume all the available reagents, right? This is the case. So you don't get to say that, well, if you don't put on your jacket, then you'll get cold and die. How did they know to put on their jacket? If you generate an infinite number of people that go outside, one of them will be smart enough to put on its jacket. In the same way, if you generate an infinite number of hundreds long codon polymers, some of them are going to have more successful like autocatalytic properties than others. Some of them are going to bond and form their own cell membranes in combination with the lipids to become stronger, and so on. So like there's been more progress in this every single year, getting more and more close to understanding how this is possible. Does it take billions of years for nature to come up with a successful example? Well, the evidence suggests yes. It took only a couple of billion years for life to begin on the Earth. The geologic evidence is that after a few billion years of the chemistry being adequate for this to happen, it occurred. So we know that it's hard. We know that getting it right in a laboratory is going to be difficult. But the fact that we already have chemical protocell models which replicate and expand, they're not DNA, they're not ribosomes, but they are sufficient for variation and stochastic selection to occur. You just can't deal with the fact now that abiogenesis is an established field which has successful models which are completely viable pathways for life to have begun.
Yeah, these are models, these are hypotheses, but they have never
They're
been
experiments.
corroborated.
Lab
Yeah,
experiments.
no lab experiment has ever been able to select from chiral amino acids, just left-handed amino acids. No lab experiment has demonstrated how only right-handed
You're raising
ribose
late
could
objections.
Can I finish, please?
You're not addressing the point.
Wow. Yes, I am addressing what you are saying.
You're raising
What
late
you are
objections.
claiming. Wow. Can I finish without being interrupted? I let you speak without being interrupted, right?
More
So could
complaining.
you grant me the same generosity?
I would like you to address the actual point, though, which is that none of these specific later issues are going to have any bearing on the fact that we have replicators that expand and divide into multiple protocell copies of the original contents of the replicator.
This is simply not true. The RNA hypothesis and the self-replicating hypothesis has not been demonstrated. That's simply not true. And you are just making this claim out of hot air. Now, the thing is, let's even suppose
creationism?
that this would be the case. First, you need to have the monomers and the RNAs, they need to have right-handed ribose. You need a pool of activated RNAs. Where do you get them from? I wrote an entire book just on the problem to have the basic building blocks prebiotically. And yes, this is a relevant point to be outlined here, that you need homochiral building blocks. You need homochiral amino acids. They need to be left-handed. You need to have homochiral right-handed ribose. You need to have right-handed phospholipids. The glycerol head has to be either only right-handed, which is the case in bacteria, or only left-handed, which is the case in eukaryotic membranes. And if you don't have homochirality, no polymerization, no deal. This is a problem known since 1848, when Louis Pasteur actually did find out about the crystallization and homochirality problem. And now we are in 2025, and there is no naturally known occurring selection process or mechanism which actually selects only left or right-handed building blocks. In the cell, there are very complex transferase proteins and other machinery which knows how to produce homochiral building blocks, and there are
Soon, if you
also
stop
very,
him at
very
any time, he'll complain.
sophisticated
He's just
error
reading
check and
off his
repair
fucking thing.
mechanisms which sort out when, for example, a right-handed amino acid enters the ribosome. That there are very strict error check and repair mechanisms that need to be in place right from the beginning in order for you to have a minimal error rate which permits to have useful products. And if these error check and repair mechanisms aren't instantiated right from the beginning, hey, that's a no deal.
Okay, so you still haven't addressed the original point, which is that the self-replication with variation and differential selection gets you to any series of possible variations thereof. And you keep bringing up later issues like, well, why is it left-handed chirality, right? And I don't know how you wrote an entire book about this without addressing any of the theories that potentially explain how chirality emerged, right? So there's an enormous number of possible symmetry breakers that could explain why chirality turns out to be the case. But like I said, I could go through the list of them, which I'm assuming you would know about since you say you wrote a book about it. But it's still irrelevant to the fact that you cannot address the fact that self-replication, bootstrapping, is not only possible, it's plausible, it's demonstrated, and it is generating a prediction about where life began, which worked. So our explanation actually makes a prediction that says life probably began in geothermal vents. We find that the earliest forms of life are in geothermal vents. Your explanation is, well, how did chirality work? And how did all these late things work? Oh, if all these late things are really hard, then it couldn't have started in the first place. There's no inference from chirality being this way is not yet fully explained, despite the fact that we have circular polarized light, differential, like racemic mixture variation due to the environmental characteristics of the early biological environment. We have chance amplification from all sorts of possible environmental factors. All of these things can explain it, but you're still saying, yeah, but because these late things are hard to explain why they turned out the way that they did, which is natural given that it took billions of years and it's hard to find the evidence. Given these late objections, I just can't accept that the very first bootstrapping occurred in the first place. There's no inference. Address the fact that the bootstrapping can occur given the fact that you have variation with differential selection from random permutations.
Yeah, that's gobbledygook. I'll quote here from Martina Prine.
Nah, he's just going to quote someone else.
Life research, breaching decades-old divisions from 2020.
Say her name again.
Found the future of origin of life research, breaching decades-old divisions from 2020. She writes,
what's her name again? Before you go into her, I want to know who you're quoting. Martina what?
Martina Priner.
P-R-I-N-E-R?
Yeah, I'll put the link here in the side chat. So
what's up, Brian?
You can actually, everyone else interested can actually access it. So she writes following. Many found the metaphor appealing. A world with a jack-of-all-trades RNA molecule catalyzing the formation of indispensable cellular scaffolds from which somehow then cells emerged. Others were quick to notice several difficulties with that scenario. These included the lack of templates enabling the polymerization of RNA in the prebiotic complex mixture and RNA's extreme lability at moderate to high temperatures and susceptibility to base-catalyzed hydrolysis. So if life had to start in the water, then hydrolysis would immediately have given a no-go because these chains would have dissolved very, very quickly. RNA is very, very sensitive to temperatures and also dissolves very, very quickly. So these are all problems which have not been addressed. And the fact that RNA can be polymerized on clay, well, these experiments, they have selected very specific clay which came from a specific factory which was not available on the prebiotic earth, and you still need a template to have the replication.
Are you done misrepresenting her?
So these problems are simply being ignored in order to make up a hypothetical scenario which is completely unconfirmed in the lab.
You're ignoring what she actually says. So you're kind of a broken record, Angela, because whenever you give a quote, I already know before you say it, but given all the previous quotes you've given, that if you look at the scientists that you're quoting and what they actually say, they're saying the opposite. They're giving their best explanation for abiogenesis. And you're taking a quote where they say something is hard to figure out or something is confusing, and you're inferring from that we should take from their work that abiogenesis did not occur. So what Preiner actually says is that the specific geochemical route for early life formation had the right minerals and the right molecules that played a crucial catalytic and metabolic role to allow for sophisticated biology to occur. She explains this in numerous ways. She talks about geochemical protoenzymes. She says that they played a role and that inorganic catalysts should have facilitated these early chemical reactions. I could read to you all of her actual conclusions that just say the opposite of what you're saying. And yes, she's going to say in many areas, it is still a mystery X, it is still a mystery Y. But she's piecing together pieces of puzzles, which is what scientists do. What you do is say, well, look, I have a list of 2,000 things that I don't accept have been explained, despite the fact that one simple thing that has been explained to you for the last 2-3 years now, which is that clay polymerizes random molecules, which can be demonstrated to self-replicate their reagents and expand until they split into multiple copies of themselves, which allows for differential selection. That since that is not only plausible, being demonstrated in labs, we basically know how early life most likely started. Since you can't get that through your head, despite having it explained to you for years, despite you never reading any of the relevant papers and admitting that you didn't after I asked you every single time, since you can't be trusted to grasp that fact of the current state of abiogenesis research, how are we supposed to believe when you misquote every scientist as though they agree with you when their research says the exact opposite of what you're saying?
Ramen.
Okay, so tell me, I will quote you here this, and then you tell me how they are claiming the opposite of what I am claiming. Today, 30 years after the RNA world
Who are you
was
quoting?
first proposed, I'll give you the link here. Just a minute, please.
Because we're going to find where the actual quote came from, and this is probably not what
Yeah,
he stated.
yeah, I have here the link. Just okay. So here it is. So let me quote you here. Today, 30 years after the RNA world was first proposed, no one has seen an actual living system that is completely based on RNA. Nevertheless, the hypothesis lives on in the origins of life research community, albeit in a hotly debated, highly contentious atmosphere. Although there are strong opponents, many researchers agree that although far from complete, it remains one of the best theories we have to understand the backstory to contemporary biology. Gilbert himself expressed some disappointment that a self-replicating RNA has not yet been synthesized or discovered in the years since he predicted his hypothesis, but he remains optimistic that it will emerge eventually. So this is interesting. In every abiogenesis science paper, when it comes to the conclusion, what is claimed, the philosophy is we suppose, we hope, we predict, we guess, we think, we imagine, and that is the like a red line, it goes to the inferences. They never say the evidence is not conductive to a natural origin of the origin of life. Why?
Are you done?
Because modern science is based on philosophical naturalism, where you cannot
wrap it up?
invoke a deity.
Okay. Look, you just said, you quoted from someone about the RNA hypothesis. The RNA hypothesis is not the only abiogenesis hypothesis. The RNA hypothesis is suggesting that RNA was the first replicator. It's probably wrong. Most scientists think a pre-RNA replicator existed. There's peptide nucleic acid replicators, there's therios-nucleic acid replicators, there's glycol nucleic acid replicators. Any number of polymers that could replicate themselves that are simpler replicases are likely to have preceded RNA. So the RNA hypothesis is probably wrong, but it was a good start because we didn't know what the other replicators might have been. Since we started investigating, why is the RNA hypothesis most likely difficult to establish? It's because the oldest forms of life probably don't involve RNA, right? So it's fine for the RNA hypothesis to be wrong. Something simpler can replicate before RNA. This quote proves nothing that what you're trying to say it proves. You don't understand the field of actual abiogenesis research. You misquote it, misrepresent it, don't read it. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, once again, you make an unfair criticism of me and at home. Okay, I don't think you should have lowered your level to this point. And I actually addressed precisely what you claimed. And then you said, well, no, it's actually not RNA. So you contradicted yourself because that was your chief argument, which you proposed during the entire debate. And now in the end that I am showing you in the literature that this is not a hypothesis which is plausible, you grant it and say, well, but there are others. I mean, this is the same thing with debates in regards of the Bible. Someone makes a claim that there is a contradiction, and then the theistic believer says, well, no, there is no contradiction, and explains it, and then the opponent goes simply to the next point and to the next and then to the next. That's precisely what you did just right here. You granted me that the RNA world hypothesis isn't plausible, but then you immediately make you point to other supposed scenarios which are plausible. Well, for me, this is just blind faith. You are a practitioner.
You misunderstood.
Of blind faith.
Okay, you're confused. I never started with the hypothesis that the RNA world was the beginning, right? I started with the hypothesis that the simplest possible replicase that could produce protocells which expand to the point where they divide into two is where it starts. And we have lab models of simple replicases that do that, right? So if a lab model replicase can expand, take all of its available reagents and produce more autocatalytic copies of itself to keep doing so at an accelerating rate till it consumes all possible energy sources, if that's the case, then we just assume that that led eventually to RNA, which we have now. Any number of pre-RNA candidates are the best explanation. You're the one that kept saying RNA, 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 because that's the only one that you're familiar with, apparently. I am talking about pre-RNA replicases. Do you know what a replicase refers to?
Well, explain it, please.
Okay, a replicase is just some molecule which is able to produce copies of itself.
Okay, so I just explained you, and I quoted here, Gilbert himself expressed some disappointment that the self-replicating RNA has not yet been synthesized, and this includes other molecules as well, because you need a template in order to have self-replication. This isn't a simple deal. And the thing is, you need somehow to come to the basic building blocks of life, because that's it. That's what life is built with. It is carbohydrates, phospholipids, RNA, DNA, and amino acids. And all four, there are huge problems to explain how they could have originated prebiotically. And you just turn a blind eye on it and simply say, well, somehow nature figured it out. Well, this is blind belief. This is not science. This is not empirical demonstration that it could happen. It is just guesswork. That's what you are putting on the table, and you're criticizing me that I don't understand what I'm talking about.
I really need questions
after
X. I know you need to respond to that. I feel bad, X. But then after that, I really want to
guesswork. Yeah, guesswork to the best explanation is what abductive reasoning involves, and that's how scientists piece together biology. So it troubles you, but it's just the best explanation we can come up with. It's highly plausible. There's multiple underdetermined possible explanations for it, but they're all plausible, and you can't say that any of them are implausible. You just object to, like, well, how did all these other 2,000 things get to be the way that they are? It's just it's an accident of history that life evolved this way and not some other way, and that all the previous replicators were too weak to have survived long enough for us to have copies of them. Go ahead.
It's just so story which are putting on the table. It's based on blind belief, not on evidence.
Well,
it's based on predictions. It's based on predictions, experiments, and like very good sound scientific.
I started with my prediction, which you've not refuted.
Hold on. It's Angelo. This is what I mean. I want to know more about, because when I hear stuff like that, the language like fairy tales and just so story, it always just seems like forms of projection, because that is what religion is. Religion is this collection of fairy tales and just so stories. So my question to you, you said that genes, because they store information, the only thing that can create something that can have that type of information is a mind, yes?
Well, we have only observed that a mental process is capable to instantiate instructional information, a blueprint which can be used to make, for example, a machine with a specific function.
Okay, so that would come from God. But then let's extrapolate that. That means that God, having some sort of ability to store information, create information, what created God? What was the way that their creator created this God?
Yeah, you don't answer an enigma with another question rather than actually disproving what I am saying by demonstrating that unguided random events are also capable to instantiate blueprints and instructional information.
No, it's just that your claim...
That's the point which you try to avoid.
Can we just pause? So because you can't, your claim is that because it is storing and because it was created information, it had to have come from a mind. That means that your God has to come from a God. You don't answer the question. A God actually isn't an answer. And so this is what I'm trying to point out.
I don't need an explanation of the explanation. Otherwise, we will have infinite regress and we will never have an answer to a scientific question. So if I am saying a mind is a superior explanation for the origin of instructional information as we see in genes, rather than unguided random events, then the only thing for you to top my argument and my inference is by demonstrating that unguided random events have the same capability and creative power to create that kind of information which we have observed existing in genes. And nobody has done that. Neither you, nor X, nor anyone in science has demonstrated that random events are capable of doing this.
Well, I would actually say that X went over in great detail how that happens naturally. I just wanted to point out that there's no reason for your God to exist, right? Because it's an enigma. It doesn't actually answer anything. It's just asserting that your God exists and that he is the solution. But it's not actually going out and getting the solution. It's kind of backwards. Because, again, you can't explain any of this. If I were to ask you how your God did any of this, you would just say, well, how did your God do it, Otangelo? How exactly did he make genes?
So, Otangelo's been up here for about an hour, actually over an hour. So let's have him respond to that, and then we'll move on to Not Fox.
Okay.
And Otangelo, if you want to do the rest of your list later, we got to like number 4. So this is good progress.
Yeah, we can discuss other points at another opportunity. But just to answer to Amy, well, the thing is that we actually know by our experience that the interface mind-body works. If I think to move my arm, I can will to move my arm, and I can give that command, and it happens. I can move it based on my will. So that's something which we experience in our own experience. It happens. So there is no problem to say that God, as a mind, has the capability to use his power to change things in the natural physical world.
Well, I mean, just saying that we have a mind and a body, these are functions of being an animal. There are lots of different animals that aren't creators, but, you know, we are the creators as animals. I just want to know why you think that they created genes, but I know we have to eventually wrap up.
Just to answer that, Amy, my point was that we know by our own experience, again, that the interface mind-body works. So there is no problem to extrapolate that and imagine that God as a mind has the power and the capacity not only to create the physical, but also to intervene and then work to create life through his power and his mental process.
reject that. Just because minds and bodies have some sort of connection does not mean that God can intervene. You would have to have some sort of argument for how and why God can intervene. I would also like to know if our mind-body connection is so strong, does God have a body?
Well, I certainly believe that God can incarnate as it happens in Jesus Christ.
So 2,000 years ago.
Yes.
Not gonna ever do it again? One and done?
Well, I think, yes, he will come back as he promised, right?
Any day now. Do you know the day or?
Well, he said that nobody knows the day. Only the
Nobody
Father.
knows? Oh, the
Only
other
the
version
Father.
of him. Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's why I propose we have a new Christian holiday, which would be a surprise welcome back party for Jesus.
Thank you, Artangelo. We can do the rest of his list at another time. We're running low on time, and Not Fox is up here, so I wanted to get to him.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hello.
To be honest, I thought that was like 4 hours. It was only 35 minutes. I was timing it, and I was, that seemed like quite a long time. But I mean, you got into the amino acid stuff. Pretty good stuff there by Antangelo. I feel like he won that debate. So, yeah, what's going on, guys? You having a good day?
Yeah. How are you?
Very good. So, like, obviously, as you guys know, I go around debating people about the existence of God, and I've got a flow chart now. So we've got, it needs a little bit of work. If anybody wants the flow chart, just drop me a DM.
You want to post it in chat?
We can go through it. I don't really want to share it. We need to tweak it a little bit before I distribute it wholesale.
Well,
but
the final version, I can appreciate that. Yeah. Okay.
It's got too much. It's got too much information about Greg Bonson in it at the minute. I have to edit the text.
That sounds exciting. Can you send it to us?
Well, I'll bring it up on the screen. If you bring my Theist Experience bot up thing, then I'll share it on the screen.
We have flowcharts for the precept scripts that you guys run too. I'm just curious to compare your version of it with ours.
I've only just started building this one. It's pretty fun. Anyway, don't know if you guys know it. Obviously, I'm a big AI boy. I do a lot of AI, and obviously it's a battle. You know what I mean? We're using the AIs now against each other at the highest level of debate, and these flowcharts from Claude are destroying you guys. Claude actually gets it. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you guys have seen some of these AIs arguing about presuppositional apologetics, but it's pretty much on our side.
Is it presuppositional apologetics just assuming the answer and thus trying to be an asshole to everybody else?
No, it's exposing the fact that other people have presuppositions. In fact, it's been branded as presuppositional apologetics, but the fact is that the foundations of our worldview aren't presupposed based on some kind of unjustified presupposition, right?
That's fantastic.
That's the atheist worldview.
Let's get
our
to
worldview. What we've got justified true beliefs, which is knowledge that are justified within the principle of sufficient reasoning and accounted for within a coherent web of justified beliefs.
That's
okay.
Cool.
So we've
can
got
I
foundational
just ask
positions.
very quickly, why do you believe that a God exists, and why do you believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead?
Because in order to know anything was true, then you'd have to have some kind of authority that could account for the truth value of a proposition. That's your God. So if you know you exist, then God exists.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
Do you need an authority to fill in the crossword puzzle?
What is the authority that makes it true that you exist?
that the authority that makes that I exist? Well, I exist because of a process of biology and chemistry.
Is that absolute truth? Could you be wrong about
Truth
that?
would be I would get rid of absolute. It's the truth. Yes, it's the truth.
So this is it. We're on the flow chart. You've made a claim, a random claim. Start with any knowledge claim or moral statement.
Sure,
It's
but I will say,
it's maximally.
Do you believe in absolute
right?
truth?
Just like
You said
God
no.
can't be
You said no. Let's scroll in.
powerful, right? It can't it
What does
can't make
this say?
a rock heavy that it can't lift it,
but
right?
I also didn't hear an explanation for why you think that God exists and why Jesus is the resurrected Son of God. But we'll
get to that. But I was showing the flow chart, guys.
Sure, why we came from biology and chemistry, why I know that we came from sex, unless you had some sort of scientific means.
Okay, we'll go back. We'll go back to the start.
Okay,
so
you don't apply the same thing to Christianity, though?
Yeah,
truth can only be maximally truthful, right?
Look, so start with any knowledge claim. You know, you said that we're a biological organism. Do you believe in absolute truth? No, you refuse to answer that, but we all know that you don't.
I think that dual-sided words like that are politically correct, and I think when you try...
Come on, please, let me read the response. This is Greg Monson's response.
Let me explain that when you use those, you are muddying the water. If you would actually be more honest if you use truth instead of absolute truth. And by using absolute truth, I think you're being dishonest.
I disagree, and Greg Bonson does too. Here's the response from Bonson.
Okay, let's hear it.
Self-refuting statement. If no absolute truth is itself an absolute truth claim, internal contradiction exposed, cannot consistently live or argue without assuming absolute standards. So there you go. Greg Bonson destroyed.
Sure, that's not, that doesn't prove that absolute
the atheists from the grave.
You're just
this is the
reasserting
flow
it.
chart. It's pretty interesting. We've got, look, all of these different things here. We've got the scientific empiricism, human reason, social contract, personal experience. This is the ultimate foundation for truth. And then over here, we've got the religious stuff with pantheism, non-Trinitarian monotheism, polytheism, deism. And each one's got its own debunker, basically.
Sure, but we know through scientific means. We know, biologically speaking, that is how babies are made, unless in a lab. I would like to know how you know Jesus resurrected from the dead.
I mean, and we can get into that. So, I mean, I don't know if you've seen, there's a lot of people that have testified to that. We've got the Shroud of Turin, where he burst into life.
That is a known hoax. So just going back into dishonesty, these are people who were dishonest. They're liars. They are lying for Jesus. They think that lying and creating hoaxes is a way of supporting their own religion. Does that help a little bit?
I disagree with you on that.
Sure, but the academic community
doesn't. I think that when we look back at the historicity and all of the manuscripts, and we do an analysis based on the same standards that we look into things like, you know, the history of somebody like, you know, William the Conqueror or something, then we have to admit that we've got the best evidence for Jesus out of anyone from history.
Well, that he existed.
There's a lot of people there that said that they saw him after he was crucified. So
Justin the Martyr directly addresses the fact that all of the other claims of all the other rising from the dead holy men, of about 20 examples that he gives in his first apologetic, he says all of these are no different than ours, and he includes eyewitness accounts of people that said that Caesar rose from the dead upon his funeral pyre. Right now, we don't need to go into the fact that rising from the dead was just a standard feature of holy divine men in prophetic and eschatological beliefs at the time. It's just not interesting. Now you're going to say, oh well, here's all this evidence that people say it was true, and Paul said that 500 people witnessed it.
I've got better evidence than he's got. That's all I'm saying.
500 witnesses are available to prove it. Look, it's just obvious that this is an idea copied from other belief systems at the time. There's no reason to think. It's like saying, look, I think that every scammer
This
who
is a bold
promises
claim
to
right
give you
now.
$1 billion, like a Nigerian prince email, is fake, except ours, because ours.
So what
we
you're
have
doing is
500
claiming
people. We have 500
claiming
people
that
that swear that they received $1 million from the Nigerian prince email. And
you're
it
saying
wasn't
that
a
you can
scam.
prove that
Ours
Jesus didn't
is different.
resurrect.
Ours is
Is
different
that what you're
because
claiming?
we have
I'm trying to
500
get it
witnesses
clear.
who claim to be eyewitnesses. And then when
Are
we
you
say, well,
saying that you can
where are the
prove that
eyewitnesses? Let me finish.
You're
Just not,
just going
you're
to
not
go
hearing
on.
me out. Okay.
You're
When
just
we say,
repeating yourself.
when we say, where are the 500 witnesses that Paul cites in one of his letters, supposedly, which maybe he didn't even write, then we say, where is that person? Where are any like attestations of that? There's none. There is no hard evidence of a Jesus resurrection. What there is evidence of is that a belief in Jesus rising from the dead somehow changed over time. Lots of different groups had lots of different beliefs in it, and eventually it arrived at the story that we have today.
Look, so obviously, Paul says a lot of stuff, and one of the things that he also says is, for though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons that we fight with are not weapons of this world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish every argument and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. We take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ, and we'll be there to punish every act of disobedience when your disobedience is complete. And today, when I came in, I showed you guys this flowchart, and straight away, you denied absolute truth, and that leaves your whole position redundant,
So,
essentially. Because look at
unfortunately,
this.
you didn't stick to the flowchart.
It's a self-refuting statement. You guys have contradicted yourself by holding this position, and you fall flat. Look, this is crazy because this is the least interesting part of the flowchart, right? You got stopped here, but if you were like more in depth about your worldview, maybe you could have got to this stage, or maybe over here where the religious views are. But instead, we didn't even get to see any of
But
that
we're trying to get you at
got debunked here.
We're trying
so
to get you at a
Resurrection.
presuppositionalism, however.
Right, to evidentialism. And you brought up Jesus' resurrection, and I pointed out that Justin the Martyr said that it was unexceptional as a claim to say that Jesus rose from the dead, because every other group in the area has a story of a holy figure that rises from the dead. He gave the example of Caesar having eyewitnesses saying they saw him rise from the dead. And then he says, don't persecute us because we are just like you. So if you want to learn more about the actual problems with the belief in the resurrection of Christianity that arise from the unremarkableness of the claim, the expectedness, the almost obligatoriness of saying that your holy man rises from the dead in the context of every other figure doing so, it's just a check mark that you have to have. Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity by Richard C. Miller.
Is this absolute truth, or is this some other kind of truth?
It opens. Don't go back to precept, dude. You made it. You made an evidential claim about Jesus' resurrection, so deal with it. So, Resurrection Reception.
There's only one worldview where you would be able to deal with anything, and it sounds like you're just waffling.
From Justin the Martyr, who I think you would agree is a very holy and important Christian. Justin the Martyr, in 150 CE, in response to persecution of Christians by the Roman Emperor Antonius Pius, says, quote, when we affirm that the Logos, God's firstborn begotten without a sexual union, namely our teacher Jesus Christ, was sacrificed, died, rose, and ascended to heaven, we are conveying nothing new with respect to those whom you call the sons of Zeus, Hermes, the interpreting word and teacher of all, Asclepius, who though he was a great healer, was struck by a thunderbolt and ascended to heaven, Dionysus also, after he had been torn limb from limb, Heracles, once he had committed himself to the flames to escape the soil, the sons of Leda, and Dioscuri, Perseus, son of Danae, Bellerophon, who though sprung from mortals rose to heaven on the horse of Pegasus. For what shall I say of Ariadne and those like her who have been declared to be set amongst the stars? And what about the emperors who die among you, whom you deem worthy to be forever immortalized, and for whom you bring forward someone who swears to have seen Caesar, once having been consumed by fire, ascended into heaven from the funeral pyre? He is saying, they all do it, you do it, it's nothing special. So the claim that Jesus rose from the dead is metaphysically unique or special is wrong. The claim that it is true can be demonstrated to be likely false, because it is likely a feature that arose from all the other examples. It is mimesis. It is copying of a popular trope that everyone used. They said that Jesus rose from the dead because all the holy people rose from the dead. That's what cool dead people did when they were holy, is they rose.
And if we
it's
could,
a much more likely explanation
Are you going to
than a
repeat that
very
again
thin
now for
claim that
another
it's
5
historical.
minutes?
well, no,
or am
I
gonna
want to
be able
add on to
respond
that.
it at
Actually,
some
I just
stage?
want to add on one piece to that. I also want to say that it isn't biologically possible from everything that we know of human anatomy that after 72 hours of decomposition, the body has already started to break down. And so you would need a very high standard of evidence to actually prove that someone biologically resurrected from the dead. But I agree with everything just Ick said. He's not the first person in history. Wasn't even a rare thing. It was a common Mediterranean trope. So we can stick on that one. Either point, really.
Okay, so do you guys believe in absolute truth, or is this just
that is
pointless
a politically
conjecture
correct?
you're bringing?
X will take it. So he's saying yes.
Sure,
Go with
mathematical truths exist.
You believe in mathematical truth. Very cool. Okay. So scientific empiricism, human reason,
answer our question.
social contracts, or personal experience. I guess you're going to go for science and empiricism, right?
Yeah, but why don't we engage with the maximally true thing, right?
The
Instead
problem of
throwing
induction.
ultimate.
There you go. That's the debunker for your worldview.
Also, why Zape they don't answer questions? That is a telltale sale of presuppositionalism.
See this?
You have to get them backed on the script. In fact, generally speaking, you just, when they ask anything you ask, resurrection, how do you know their God exists? They just have to assert that
Come on, man. You guys have been going on for ages. I thought it was my time.
Necessary
To be fair,
for truth.
To be fair, not Fox, you did literally just like give up on Jesus' resurrection and just switch back to your script. You were following
we need a
you were
system
the
through which
typical
we can
stereotype
justify
precepts
things.
because you're
We
saying
need to be able to
I
have
believe
a common
Jesus rose from the dead,
understanding
but
of
if you
certain
ever challenge
things.
me on any
And
empirical
so
question,
we've
rather
got
than
to go
defend an
through,
evidential
through and
question,
see if your
I'm
worldview
just going to
can
go back
justify things.
You interrupted
It's
it.
ridiculous. Look, you said you use science and empiricism to justify things that you believe. This is the response. Look, if you're going to critique our position, then you're going to have a worldview that's rational. This is where you get to. This is where they got to. This is where you get to. Right?
You haven't
That's
been
it.
able to show us
That's
why
where you get to. The problem of induction. Bang. Is that not a problem for you?
Jesus resurrected? Do you have an actual
Is
explanation?
Greg Bonson wrong about this? Is the Bonson bot wrong about this particular
induction is
point?
a problem that everyone shares, right? But what you can do, given
That's not
an
a problem in
inductive
a Christian worldview.
what you can do in an inductive situation is you can do error elimination. So if you understand Hack's crossword analogy for found herentism, you understand that by comparing all of the findings until you eliminate the ones that more strongly support and contradict the weaker ones, you end up with a perfectly solved crossword puzzle that can't be solved any other way. In the same way that if I start out with like a mathematical puzzle and I have mathematical clues and I follow until I satisfy
you guys about Hack.
No,
I
you
basically
didn't.
told you guys.
No,
I did.
you-
I popularized
joke.
Hack
We learned about
by
it from
completely
the
wrecking our
epistemology
whole
textbook
worldview
because
and
we
then
actually
making a
read
Christian version
epistemology
of it
book.
that was even better. That's what
No,
I
but
did. That's what I'm
the
known
Christian
for.
claims,
Is to
right?
destroy
You're
and
funny.
seize Hack.
You're funny because you think that
absolve.
Hack is compatible with Precept. It's not. It's the defeater for Precept, right? Hack is the
Yeah, but-
defeater for Precept. You can't be a found herentist and be a Precept. It
I
makes no
destroyed
fucking
Hack.
sense.
Hack doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The
Yeah, but-
kind
yeah,
of
but-
the kind of found
yeah, but
herentism that I argue for
pause.
makes complete sense. We've got justified true beliefs that is knowledge that's justified within the principle of sufficient reasoning and accounted for within a coherent web of justified beliefs. Susan Hack is a hack. Her worldview can't do that. Okay, she's
Yeah, but
irrational just like the rest of you
listen,
guys.
The
Just
principle is
making
sufficient
arbitrary
reason.
presuppositions. Look at this. This is where you get to on the thing. The problem of induction. And it just got,
the
and then you
Christian
even
claims
admitted
that
it straight
are
afterwards. What
absolved
did he say,
from the
guys?
consequences
He
of
said
their
that's a
sin,
problem
right?
for
The wages
everybody.
of
Well,
sin
no, it
is
isn't.
death.
Welcome, Pat. It's
I don't know.
It's not a
comment.
problem for the person who bases their worldview based on a social construct. That's got a completely different debunker.
Just
That's an
waffling.
arbitrary foundation.
God.
Okay, so look, we've got the whole. This is it. This destroys your whole worldview.
Well, can I ask?
I'm going to make
again?
a neural network, so we've got a Greg Bonson bot, and you guys are going to get destroyed constantly. I'm going to set it on all of your profiles online, and you're going to get harassed by the bots and bots for the rest of your lives. That's what's going to happen.
Now that we've established you don't have a reason for why you think that Jesus resurrected, let's move on to another point. What is a
I
justified
already told
true
you.
belief?
There's all of the historical documents. There's the Shroud of Turin. There's all of the testimony and stuff like that.
Sure, so
it's
hearsay and a hoax, an
there's so
actual
much stuff.
known hoax. I don't understand why you push the Shroud of Turin. Why are you giving
That's not a hoax. You need to
con
look it up.
artists? Okay, so is there blood on it? Can we make a copy of Jesus? That would be cool.
So why does
The
Christianity?
blood on it, actually, this
assert-
is really interesting. Let me mention this because this is super interesting.
super
The blood on the cloth, when tested, came back where basically the line was from the mother was the line of David, but the line on the father's side was inconclusive. So that was a super cool, interesting fact about the blood that they tested of Jesus.
But you are saying it's Jesus. We could take this blood and make a copy of Jesus or a clone of Jesus. Maybe? Huh?
Maybe I'm getting that confused with the blood. I don't know. Was it Ron White or something? I can't remember. You know, all of it's like a mush in my brain now.
Too easy. Justified true belief. Do you have one?
About Jesus. What? So why do I think that Jesus resurrected? We got the Shroud of Turin. We've got the historical justifications based on all of the manuscripts and stuff like that point to the resurrection of Jesus. We've got the fact that the Bible is true and it's got all of this amazing stuff in it that you wouldn't be able to know unless, you know, you were reasoning towards the ultimacy that you were.
Yeah, how do you know the Bible's
The
true?
only way that, well, look, so Isaiah or something like that, how was he able to prophesize that Jesus would come? Right? How was he able to know that,
What do you mean? How did he
God
prove?
would come in the flesh and be pierced for our transgressions? How would he know that? Well, it's because he was reasoning to that which would be perfection. Obviously, the perfect God would come into the world as the perfect example and save the world from its own iniquities. That's how he knew he'd come, you know, because Jesus is perfect. And, you know, this was a perfect world and you're lucky to be here. And you should, instead of, this is what you guys do. You go into these nihilistic slumbers.
It's not
right,
nihilism. It's trying to
It
be that
pretty
we're
much
relating
is.
ideas
And
and
if you-
promoting skepticism.
You should be grateful for what you have, and you should be thankful to
I am
Jesus
grateful.
Christ for his
Well, not for
sacrifice.
Jesus, because Jesus is dead. Remember that Jesus isn't perfect. Not only was Jesus perfect, but I would make the claim that any religion or person that is trying to claim that they are perfect is a scam. They are trying.
Is that absolute truth, or is this?
I don't believe
do you want to go down the?
Do
you want to go down the logic tree again?
No, I'd rather you explain the difference between absolute truth and truth.
It's maximally true.
I don't want to add any words. I have this rule. As soon as we get to 2 words,
one
it
of them
becomes
is
politically
true
correct.
in such a way that it could not be false, and what you're claiming is truth, which obviously isn't true, is something that could be false. So we've got something that is true.
Wait, the truth could be false.
That couldn't be false.
The truth could be
something
false.
That's true could not be false.
Something that's true could not be false. So we don't need absolute truth. That's a politically correct word. Whoosh.
No, that's
truth.
what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about truth, we're talking about absolute truth. For some reason, you guys start claiming there's some kind of fallibilist interpretation of truth.
No,
and that just means that you believe it rather than you know. You don't know because you don't have information that can account for the necessity of the claim. You believe it
you're making
based
up your
on
own version
certain
of
presuppositions or something like that.
That your truth somehow is a different type of truth. Somehow it can't just be God either exists or he doesn't exist. That's either true or not true. It's not absolutely true or absolutely not true. It is either true or not true. By adding on words, you are muddying the water, making it less able for people to understand what you're saying. And I don't think that's accidental. I do think that is part of
I don't know if anyone could understand what you were saying. You were saying it's true or new, or it sounded like a Cat in the Hat type rap. So I didn't really get that.
I'll be honest with you. We're getting closer then to presuppositionalism. You only need truth. truth equals truth. You don't need absolute
Well, you've got to
truth.
start with a worldview that can account for truth. If you're going to make claims about what is right and stuff like that, then surely you're going to have a foundation that can account for truth. That's reasonable, I think, anyway. I mean, maybe you guys have some other standards that you're operating by, but if you're going to go around making proclamations about the world, then surely you're going to have some kind of framework through which you can justify the things that you're saying, right?
Something that's true is it corresponds with reality. If I say, is it true that a hamburger costs $1 at this place? It is either true or
Let me
not
ask you
true.
this. Is it possible for something to correspond, to seem to correspond to so is it possible that you see something and it seems to correspond to reality, but actually in reality you were deceived?
Could something on the face be truthful but be lying and deceitful? Yes. On the face, a person could be not cheating on you and they could actually be lying and deceiving you.
I don't know if you've worded that how I would have worded it, but I think I get what you're saying. So you can be tricked by some kind of illusion or something like that.
Or
great. So how do you know that you're not just? How do you know that you're not just deceived about everything else that you think about the external world?
It depends on the claim. It depends on how much evidence we have. So, for example, I am as close to as knowing something with biology, like how someone is being born, because we have a wealth of knowledge about how babies are formed.
So when you're saying you have a wealth of knowledge, is that stuff that you could be wrong about?
Is it stuff that we could be wrong about? Yes, but it would have to have a high bar.
So then
of
you
evidence.
can't really refer to that as the foundation when it's not really a solid ground.
Sure.
You know?
Just because something can be
okay,
wrong.
So where are we going to go?
Because it's true. Just because you're saying that something
How do you know it's
cannot be true, because that's where the evidence
You don't know
lays.
it's true. That's the point. This is the point that I've been making the whole time.
We do know it's true. You're just asserting there's a
You
special
don't.
kind
You just
of truth.
literally said you don't know anything's true. You said you don't have absolute truth.
But we can test it. Well, absolute truth, because that's not,
But
you
you
guys
could be
made that up.
deceived.
There's no such thing as absolute truth.
Okay, so what do you mean when you say something's true?
I mean, it corresponds to reality. So if I were to go up to that burger place,
Okay, so how do you know something corresponds to reality?
That, like I said, let's go through the example. I believe that a burger costs $1, and I go to the person and I say, "Hey, I want a burger," and they say, "Oh yeah, well it costs $1." Well, I've just verified my epistemology.
Could it be a dream?
Could it be a dream? Yeah, but in my dream, that dollar is still a
There
fucking
you go.
burger.
So that undermines it. No, because you could go to the store the next day in real life, and then they'd be like, "No, actually, it's not $1; it's $3," and you'd be fucked.
Well, yeah,
So
then you would have to readjust your reality, and then you would know the truth. You'd go,
You don't
"Oh my
readjust your
goodness."
reality. You readjust your
Yes.
perception of reality. Yeah.
Well, okay.
But the thing is
that's
that we
same way
don't
of
need to
saying the same
readjust.
thing, yeah.
This is what you guys have to do. You're constantly changing, always with, you've got these bullshit claims that you make about, mathematics and stuff like that. And then you're always changing and undermining yourselves. In the Christian worldview, we don't do that. We have knowledge which we can justify in a coherent way. We've got rational foundation for our belief system. We've got justified true beliefs which are accounted for properly within the principle of sufficient reasoning.
Truth.
And if anybody doesn't believe me,
off
I will
mathematics.
genuinely
That's why we
debate an
round it.
AI in front of you guys, and you'll be able to see that precept always defeats the
But you
atheists.
just saying you have the truth and you can't be wrong doesn't make it any more correlated to the truth.
Do you want
understand that?
to? Do you want to go through the flow chart again?
I would if you take out the word absolute. If you take out the word absolute.
What do you mean? It's still. Oh my
I
days.
believe that you using that is you being
But
dishonest.
if you take out the word absolute, okay.
Yeah,
so say.
lose?
No, it's ridiculous because take out the word absolute.
Honestly,
it's
I think
just
the flowcharts
truth.
are ridiculous.
What is truth if it's not absolute truth?
We used to make
What
fun
is
of
truth if
precepts
not an
because
absolute
it's
truth?
well, again, truth. You don't need to add a precursor to it. You just need to say truth. Truth is what corresponds.
Okay,
to
so
reality.
you can be wrong about something that's true, could you?
Can you be wrong that's untrue? Yes.
You couldn't be wrong about something that you know to be true.
it wouldn't actually be. It would be my knowledge of it. I would be wrong about it. Like,
Okay,
if
so if something is true, if something is true and you believe it, then you couldn't be wrong about that.
Is it true? It corresponds with
If
reality?
it's true and you believe it, could you be wrong about that?
Not if it's true. If it's actually
Okay,
true.
so name one thing about the external world that you could not be wrong about.
That you could not. That's not. Again, you could be wrong about anything, but we.
So you don't know anything. So what's
No,
what? So
that's
why
a
should we?
straw
Why
man
should
of my
we?
position.
Why should we respect your opinion when you've
Sure.
just completely discredited it?
Because
you just discredited
my
yourself.
opinion actually gets you knowledge. You just assert things you don't know.
That's a
and
claim
just
that you
say
can't justify.
absolutely-
What is
Okay,
knowledge if you can't justify
how do
truth?
you know there is a God?
Oh, because because in order for something to be true, there has to be an authority that can account for the truth value of the proposition, and you exist. So that's why. So there's an authority that accounts for that truth. That's what God is. God is the authority that makes propositions true in a worldview. So the God is necessary.
So you don't know how
to account for
he
the
actually
truth of that
exists. You're
claim.
just asserting that he's necessary. You just.
No,
it just has to
so
be. You
God
don't
is
actually reason.
look. So that in order for something to be true, there has to be an authority that makes it true.
I disagree.
You couldn't
with
have
it.
something be
Okay, reality.
Okay, so how could something be true without some kind of authority to make it true?
It's like saying, is the rock hard? It's either
No,
true
it's
or
not.
not true.
That's
It's
not
not
the
a
same at
God
all.
making it hard. It is either true or not true. Is wood
Okay,
or wet.
okay, so you're saying it's an emergent property of the naturalistic and materialistic
Yes, it
world. You're
is.
saying the truth emerges as a natural phenomenon in a physicalist world.
We have 8 planets. That is true.
Is there anything that transcends the physical world?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay. So then what are we left with? We're left with, so you believe in a world that is entirely physical. So if you apply the first and second law of thermodynamics,
Oh boy.
right? Because basically that's what exists in the world, right? We see that systems break down over time.
We're not in a closed system.
Life.
Our solar system is actually getting, excuse the pun, but we are getting light, day and night. We're getting energy 24/7.
So you're saying that there's some kind of outside force that intervenes in the world that accounts for an increase in energy in the universe or something?
Not the universe. It's the sun. It's in the universe. It increases the energy on the Earth. It's why the Earth is in a closed system.
You're saying it's an open system, though. Is it a closed system or is it an open?
The universe is an open system.
Well, you're describing a closed system. When you say the sun's in the universe and that's where it gets the energy, you're not describing something outside of the universe.
It's not. I'm never said I was describing something outside of the universe.
Okay, so is it a closed? So what? Why is it an open? What makes it an open system? Let's ask that one.
Because again, the sun is pouring energy into us. Eventually, the pressures will win.
You're saying that
gravity will win, and our star will be no more, and then the functions of Earth, much of the functions will cease to exist.
You're just saying that the atmosphere that we live in on the Earth, that's an open system. That's what you're describing. The sun gets in through
creationists try to
ozone layer.
criticize for the second law of thermodynamics, they are misunderstanding the scope.
I was talking. Well, it's funny that you mentioned scope because I was talking about the entire universe, not just our system here on Earth.
What about it?
So. Well, basically, if you believe it's an open system, then there has to be something that transcends the physical world. If you believe it's a closed system, then, we could talk about that. But
we have no idea. It could be that there's a multiverse. It could be that this is the only universe that there is.
That's a contradiction. I look, I hate to say it, guys. I feel like this is a dub for me. What can I say? I mean, I saved Wise Abe's life. I don't know if you guys know about that, but I, helped him increase his life expectancy significantly as well. And I think he's going to come around to Jesus Christ eventually. So You guys should thank me for that. And if you guys, are interested, want to go down the flow chart or something like that, then just drop me a message.
So do you want to read the book about the similarity of Jesus's resurrection to all the other stories that were surrounding it and the contextual reasons to think that it is mimesis or copying?
I already answered that.
In early Christianity.
To that. Look,
Richard C. Miller?
Look, there's
resurrection
an answer
and reception
to that,
in early Christianity.
Okay, I heard you like 3 times. Okay, so the fact is that, there's a lot of people out there that know the truth about Christianity, that hate Christianity, and they go around trying to deceive people into believing in these weird ideas about, an ancient past that's beyond, Christian roots and stuff like that. And really, that just takes you back to Egypt and them essentially worshipping the devil and other material things over God.
Just pause you. The
And
world is
we've seen
4.5
over and
billion
over again throughout history what happens to people when they forget about God. The fact is that, there's a lot of Satanists out there that are trying to rewrite history, but the only worldview that can account for truth and meaning in a rational way, and also is able to give you a clear path of lineage from Jesus all the way back to Adam is the Christians. Obviously the Jews as well, but the Jews don't believe in the Old Testament. We believe in the Old Testament, not them. So yeah, basically, we're the only ones that have a rational basis and a clear understanding of the lineage all the way back from, the very first man. So we've been writing down the names of our forefathers. And this is the difference between humans and animals, is that we take note and we have respect for the people that went before us, right? And the animals, right, they don't write down the names of their forefathers. And so their forefathers are forgotten about, they're lost to history. And that's what will happen to the atheists, because they don't appreciate their heritage, they don't appreciate the truth. And so, just bit by bit, your castle will be destroyed. This foundation that you're trying to rest on is falling apart at the seams.
We can write too, right? We have books, we tell stories.
Yeah, but you just don't care. You don't respect the people that came before you. You know what I mean? In a few years, the victims will be forgotten about, and everybody will just be talking about. They'll be talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and his sexual assault charge.
Can I just hold on? You are actually eliminating most of human history. So humans have been around for 100 to 200,000 years. What you are doing is taking most of humanity that has come before, and you're saying, nah, I don't think you exist because that doesn't fit with my biblical narrative.
That's not what I said.
Oh, then you're not disrespecting the hundreds of thousands of years of human history that came before your religion?
I don't agree with you on that. Obviously, we had Adam.
Disrespectful.
We had Adam, and then Jacob went into slavery. I'm sure you guys know. And then essentially the Exodus happened, and they didn't find a way.
So none of the historical evidence for these things happening is there. The problem with all of these claims is that the Exodus didn't happen, conquest didn't happen, the archaeology is all against it. Like, I'm playing nice when I just try to ask you to substantiate. I'm playing nice when I ask you to just substantiate the resurrection of Jesus and establish why it's not mimesis of like all of the other examples of holy people that rose from the dead that Justin the Martyr pointed to, right? That's just being nice and picking the late claim of a person who said that if you believe in Moses, you would believe in me because Moses wrote of me. The idea that Moses wrote the Pentateuch is farcical. This Pentateuch contains sentences like Moses was the humblest man who ever lived. So if you're asking me to believe that Moses wrote about himself, that Moses is the humblest man who ever lived, and that the Pentateuch is written by him, which Jesus is claiming,
it's already crumbled. I already dismantled
I
it.
don't know what to tell you. If you think that Moses is going to say Moses is the humblest man who ever
Do you
lived
want me
in
to
his own
do you want me to zoom
autobiography,
in? Do you want me to zoom in on the flowchart again so that you can see the
I want you
debunking?
to
no,
stop
because
talking. He's talking.
as predicted, and as pointed out,
Okay.
every time you make a claim,
Well, it's been a
like
good
you made a
conversation.
historical claim,
You guys,
said historically that you
guys
think that
have a
the
great
Exodus
day.
happened.
Good to see
When
you,
I point
Wise
out that the Exodus didn't happen, when I point out that all the archaeology is against that and the other events in the Bible happening, you just say, let's go back to the flowchart. I want to play precept. Well, this doesn't feel good. I don't like evidential claims that I know nothing about and can't defend. I just choose to believe that they're true because of my flowchart. You think the flowchart means that the historical things happened because you think the flowchart couldn't be any other way. But the historical evidence is that all of the things in the Bible, like the Exodus, physically couldn't have happened. So the flowchart is probably wrong too.
And it's probably not humble to claim that you're the best at being humble, right?
It's literally a self-contradictory statement to say you're the humblest man that ever lived. Yes. Which is why the whole idea of like Mosaic authorship is just like it's a guess that the Talmud says, they just assume, but they don't really know. And it is absurd that he would have narrated events after his own death, and obviously he didn't. Obviously, the physical evidence that the population of Judea is the exact opposite when we graph it and we excavate every single home in it, and we measure how many people live there, and it's the exact opposite of the Exodus. When there are fewer people during all the time periods where the Exodus is supposed to have happened, they just migrated elsewhere because there wasn't enough rain for their crops, and they had to take their goats to a different location to do their agriculture somewhere else. That's what the evidence shows. The Exodus cannot have happened. The physical evidence makes it impossible. Anyway, let's play the flowchart. Let's go back to the flowchart. I don't like evidence claims. Flowchart.
And I just want to reiterate that I think that we stand on the shoulders of giants. We are who we are because of the people that came before us, the people who have made both metaphorical and literal sacrifices. However, that doesn't mean that we need to show reverence to these specific stories. They are mythological. I'm trying to not use incendiary language. However, Adam and Eve, Moses, Jesus's resurrection, these are mythological stories. And it's one thing to believe in a religion, but then to say when we are not counting our history, and then to say that 99% of the people just whoosh. Like seriously, 100 to 200,000 years of human history. Yes, most of it was not written down. That is why it's so hard to study. However, from good geological records and DNA, we know this to be the case. So let's actually celebrate our ancestors, celebrate our heritage and the people that came before us, and not chuck them away. Yeah. I think
he
probably
left, right? He's not on the PC one. Okay, I'll move that to the audience. So that was a fun show, everybody. Went a little bit over, but thank you for sticking around, everyone.
And I wanted to thank Notafox. His flowchart and his whole approach is not low effort. Notafox is a very interesting interlocutor.
Yes, that was an interesting conversation. I was hoping to get more of the flowchart, but that very first question, I was like, "Ooh, really?" Or that Greg Bonson response, absolute truth, really? It's like got misunderstandings baked into every question. But anyways, what was y'all's thoughts about today?
Very fun.
Well, I just want to say that the reason why Notfox is partially so his arguments are so strong is because I trained him up, right? We've been boxing on VR for a while. He's been trying to beat up an atheist, and he just really hasn't been able to yet. So, but yeah, he's really come a long way, thanks to me, the the second humblest person on earth.
See, I can say that Wise Ape is the humblest person on earth. I'm not, but if I said it, that would be okay. But if he says it about himself, it's self-contradictory, right?
It is. It works well for a Weird Al lyric, though. But I had a good time. I feel bad because, I know I got a little heated. I get upset, I notice, when they ad hominem the other hosts. Maybe not myself. It seems to wash off. But I do think we had a bunch of good conversations. I am thankful for both all the theists that came on to our panel, and then Wise Ape, Ix, and Taco. Thank you as always for hosting us, and I am looking forward to many good arguments in the future. Please like, follow, and subscribe. I know Taco's live too.
And Wise Ape,
thank you.
concluding thoughts.
Yes, it's been a pleasure being your pastor, everybody's pastor. So I just thank you, and I'll continue to pastor everybody. Thank you.
Very well put. So I know you guys don't know why I was laughing so hard earlier when Wise Ape was being silent, but this was a fun show. I laughed really hard a bunch of times, so good job, everybody. Not Fox was here, which is always interesting. We had Otangelo. Otangelo had a quick one-on-one with Wise Ape and then proceeded to list 4 different points out of 10. We addressed 4 of the points, I should say, out of 10. So that was interesting. I don't know what else to say about Otangelo other than that was interesting. You got anything on that one, X?
Well, yeah, when someone's trying to make 2 of their points about physics and they tell you that neutrons are positively charged, it's time to move on to the next point. It's better to focus on questions that are worth discussing with somebody.
That's probably a good point. And then
can I just say that I'm pretty sure Otangelo at 1 or 2 points hinted that he was flirting with flat Earth. He said that gravity doesn't make a whole lot of sense before.
Yeah, he's kind of out there. And then we had Clark, who refused to engage with a hypothetical. And then, oh man, we had so many conversations today. That was fun. But I appreciate you all being here. I'll probably split up some of it because there was some fun conversations in there, and this is a lot to listen to in 4-hour portions. So I might decide to do that. But you all have a wonderful day. Make sure to subscribe to Amy Newman on YouTube. I just if I try to pull her up, I'd have to type in like Amy Newman atheist, kind of like you do if you type in breakfast tacos. You're gonna get a bunch of breakfast tacos, right? So breakfast tacos atheist is how you can do it in the search feature, or I think hers is just youtube.com/Amy Newman. Mine is youtube.com/@realbreakfasttacos. And then Ix and Wise Ape were working on getting them YouTubes one day soon, maybe.
And a couple of the Christians brought up the Shroud of Turin today, and I don't know why that's like making a resurgence. Actually, I do. So I just wanted to throw this out there for anyone to look into this themselves. Radiocarbon dating in the 80s established that the cloth of the shroud originated around like somewhere between 1250 and like 1400. And the only thing that they've tried to bring about recently to try to debunk that, because everyone just ignored it as a fake for the most part because of that. It supposedly was first emerged in 1530. It changed hands a few times. It went out of public view for like 50 years or so, a couple of times. And it could have been updated using more modern forgery methods in the Renaissance period when they had more sophisticated like projection and like pinhole camera obscura, that's the word for it, techniques and so on. We don't really know if it's the same one as the original from 1530. But it changed hands multiple times. But the thing that they like to bring up now is a 2022 wide-angle X-ray scattering, which they claim says that the cloth is compatible with the times of Jesus. Here's the problem. Wide-angle X-ray scattering relies on a temperature data and environmental humidity data about the object in question throughout the life cycle to compare against to say what the temperature would have resulted in aging wise or results wise. And secondly, no one uses it for cloth. So normally with things like radiocarbon dating, we have radiocarbon dating of like hundreds of different cloths from hundreds of different time periods, which we compare with like the evidence of where they were found and the evidence of what time that stuff they were found with must have been from. And it's from that we get this huge range of data that we say, that's how we radiocarbon dated cloth of different types. No one uses X-ray dating, wide angle dating for cloth. So there's no data to compare it to. So they just like cherry picked a method that no one uses with data that's not available that would make it accurate and said, look, our arbitrary cherry picked result says that it is from the time of Jesus. This is complete bogus, right? All the attempts to validate the Shroud of Turin have failed. And there's methods that people could have used, especially in the Renaissance period, like the camera obscura, to get an accurate projection based off of a source object like a body and to project it onto a cloth to make it reasonably accurate, which the cloth is not totally accurate. It has a bunch of inaccuracies which make it anatomically incorrect. So yeah.
I remember when Otangelo said it was miracle irradiation or something because it was so much. Oh, I don't remember exactly what he said.
It just looks like a negative image, right? But the concept of a negative image is not exclusive to like modern science or something, right? Like people were doing things like producing negative images of stuff in art. It's just the idea of like taking the opposite of something, inverting it. So if someone wants to make it look spooky, they do something weird, like make it a negative image. It doesn't mean that it is like a radiation. Yep.
Great. Well, that was fun, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here. You all have a wonderful afternoon, and we'll see you next month.
Yay.
Woo-hoo.
Okay, I turned mine off. That was fun.
Yep, and I am sneaking out, guys, but it was fun.
Have an awesome one, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and close this out.
All right, y'all. I know I got fiery. They were coming after X, but and presuppositionalism sometimes grates my teeth. It's so weird. I think about how sometimes, like, some of the most opposite political denominations I try to have friendly conversations with, and there's something about presuppositionalism that is just, I keep on hitting the microphone, always good for sound quality. Because it's just basically asserting per conclusion and then never answering questions and trying to berate people long enough to tire them out. But they never want to, we tried to go into Shroud of Turin, historical evidence, but historical evidence maybe that Jesus existed, but that he resurrected? Don't know of any, except for the Bible, really. And all right, I think we're going to hand it over. I see some other atheist channels. I know that Speed of Sound, Answers in Atheism, is live. I know The Line is live, so lots of skeptic choices out there. I am going to send love. I see Rejos and Robin and Moon, Shoes and BV and Pat and Ducks and DBK. It has been fun. This has been the Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe and why, but I will get some titles into the title below. But yes, I want to send a shout out to my co-host James W. We did a fun stream yesterday on the Supernatural. Kinda. I think these people were dreaming more than anything else, but gentlemen claim that he came to Jesus after experiencing the supernatural. Oh, and his friend took them to church. Oh, and they bought a Bible. Oh, and the bathroom was very spooky. I don't know. One of these are not like the other. Anyway, go check that out. I hope you all had fun. I do want to thank all the people in chat, our awesome mods who make the stream so great, and lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. I said it, YouTube. You can let them go. And then hit the bell icon to all so you can see our premieres or join our live streams. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? After the show, feel free to head down to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server. Link is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and get unique perks is by heading to Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and along with James W., we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Sending that love back. Good night. Mwah! Sending love and that love back. Good night.